Hi, Richard. It's Sabrina. Can you hear me okay?
I heard somebody.
Okay, it's Sabrina. I'm okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I believe we have a quorum, Madam Clerk. Are you ready?
I'm here.
Okay, welcome everyone to the open session to hear public comment before closed session. It's now 5 p.m. Would you call the roll, please?
Yes, I will. Councilmember Bates. Councilmember Jimenez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Johnson.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez.
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Here.
Councilmember Willis.
Here.
And Mayor Butt. And Mayor Butt.
Here.
And let me just double check. Councilmember Bates. Okay.
Would you read the items on the closed session agenda, please?
Yes, during closed session, council will discuss the following items. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Sarah Bell Lynn versus City of Richmond et al. Conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives, Jack Hughes, employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021 full-time unit, SEIU Local 1021 part-time unit, IFPTE Local 21 mid-level management unit, IFPTE Local 21 executive management unit, Richmond Police Officers Association, RPOA, Richmond Police Management Association, RPMA, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association, RFMA. And liability claims, there are 7 cases. Michelle Arriaga versus City of Richmond, Alfred De Jesus versus City of Richmond, Daniel Garcia versus City of Richmond, Ray Hernandez versus City of Richmond, Stina Johansson versus City of Richmond, Terry Miles versus City of Richmond, and Danny Wellhausen versus City of Richmond.
Do we have anybody signed up for public comment?
Yes, it looks like we have one hand raised. Not sure if it says staff room presentation.
That's
I'm not
KCRT.
sure if that's,
That's KCRT.
okay. So we do not have any speakers.
Okay, and I'd like to ask the city attorney to report out any final decisions made by the city council in the closed session earlier today. We can pick that up at our regular council meeting. I think that's what the intent was. So
Mhm.
we'll
I think
skip
she's
that.
in the closed session room.
And at this point, I believe we are adjourned to closed session.
Thank you.
Hello? For some reason I can't hear audio. Hello, test 1, 2, 3, can't hear audio. Johnny, this is Craig.
Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Test 1, 2, 3, 4.
Madam Clerk, I believe we have a quorum. Are you ready to go?
I'm ready.
Okay, here we are at 6:40 PM. This is the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates. Councilmember Bates. Absent. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yep. I'm
Councilmember
present.
Bates. Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Johnson.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez.
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Here.
Councilmember Willis.
Here.
And Mayor Butt.
Here.
Did you get May, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please play the public comment instructional video.
Los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema.
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Executive Order N-29-20, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The Mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. Council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone, and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and KCRT.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom, en conformidad con las secciones de la orden ejecutiva del gobernador N-2920, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la Ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario. Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano, en inglés raise hand, o marcar *9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión, de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde, y la Secretaría Municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la ciudad de Richmond.
Okay, thank you. The next item is statement of conflict of interest. Do any council members have a conflict of interest to declare? I don't see any. Next item is agenda review. Does anybody have any items they want to remove from the consent calendar or other changes to the agenda? Councilmember McLaughlin. Unmute, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I would like to move up item M4 to right after the two public hearings. We have a number of speakers who would like to speak on M4. And I think it's important that we get this done today. And I think right after public hearings is a good idea. I know we have a specified time for the first public hearing.
Okay, if nobody objects, then so ordered.
Thank you.
Any other changes?
Oh,
Okay.
I have a,
Go ahead.
okay, I'm sorry. You already know that the public hearing has to start at 7.
Right,
For the
so we'll stop everything we're doing at 7 and
Okay,
do that public hearing. If I forget, please remind me. Okay, next item is report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session. And I understand that we actually had 2 closed sessions today, so she'll be reporting on both of them at one time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, there were 2 closed sessions today. One started at 1 o'clock and one started at 5 o'clock. And there were no final actions taken at either closed session.
Okay, next item F is report from the city manager.
Good evening, everyone. I want to let folks know and invite people to participate in another opportunity to comment on our Richmond business investment and attraction strategy. Work has been underway for several months with a number of different stakeholders and including our Economic Development Commission. And another opportunity for the public to be involved in shaping this tomorrow at 6 p.m. So we hope everyone will participate. And then also just wanted to mention, if folks haven't gotten vaccinated because they still have questions, several of the large healthcare organizations, both John Muir Health and Kaiser Permanente, have partnered to be able to give some unbiased, straightforward information. And you can go and get information from those healthcare providers at getanswerscontracosta.org. Thank you.
I have a question. Is that business plan consulting going to contact council members to get our input?
Ultimately, the entire plan will come to council. There will not be individual interviews.
Well, I would recommend that they, typically when we have consultants doing this kind of work, they take the time to meet with individual council members. So I think it'd be a good idea, but if you don't want to do it, okay.
I'll take that under advisement. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, could you repeat what consultant that is, city manager?
It's HR&A advisors.
Okay, that is for
So we have been, quite a number of months ago, we embarked on a two-step process related to economic development. This is some of the earliest work that we were doing related to economic development. We've done it in two phases. The first phase that has come to you all is how to try and address pandemic-related impacts. And this is the second phase where we're starting to look at a different strategy. In addition to this, we are also doing the work that you all have authorized about the Blue-Green New Deal. That's separate and in addition to this, as well as looking at things related to just transition.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next item is recent crime report from the police chief.
Good evening, Mayor Butt and council members. This report covers the past 2 weeks of activity from August 24th through September 13th. Officers remained busy over the past 2 weeks responding to a variety of calls, which included 16 robberies, 17 felony domestic violence cases, 10 firearm assaults, 79 shot spotter activations, 7 gun recoveries, and the 2 homicides that we had this past Saturday. One of them was in the 100 block of First Street, and the other one was in Crescent Park. We were able to take into custody the suspect responsible for the First Street murder, and we have strong leads that we're following for the Crescent Park case. That brings our homicide total for the year to 15. I also wanted to highlight a case in which a victim had his dog stolen, and when he went after the suspect to retrieve his dog, the suspect carjacked the victim and shot at him as he fled the area. Luckily, an officer was close by and heard the shots. The victim pointed to his fleeing truck and the officer gave chase. There was a pursuit that went into Pinole and the suspect abandoned the vehicle. He then fled onto the freeway and attempted to carjack several other vehicles. A Richmond police officer who was on his way home in his personal vehicle saw the suspect attempting to pull the woman out of her vehicle and intervened with the help of several other Good Samaritans. They were able to help the lone officer take the suspect into custody. A gun was recovered in this case, and our detectives presented the case to the district attorney's office. The district attorney filed 13 felony counts against the suspect to include kidnapping, attempted kidnapping, carjacking, assault with a deadly weapon, and a felon in possession of firearm. I think it was great work on the behalf of our officers working together with the community. And that concludes my report for the night.
Thank you. Next item is open forum for.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
may I make a suggestion?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
In spite of our police reduction, oftentimes, as the chief has indicated, there are extraordinary efforts that are brought forth by an officer and officers. I do not feel it is it's justification just to mention these officers. I think these officers should be brought before the council and collectively recognized and appreciated by the full council and the community. So I would hope that at our next meeting, Madam Police Chief, that we can do just that. Outstanding work of that nature should be recognized and not just dismissed as an everyday course of action. So that would be my recommendation, Mr. Mayor, that we publicly recognize these individuals and express our appreciation for their outstanding performance. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, thank you, Chief French. Next item is open forum for public comment. I'm sure we have speakers.
I'd just like to remind the public that open forum is an opportunity for the public to make comments on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. If you wish to speak on an item that is listed on the agenda, please wait for the item to be called for discussion. And also, as a reminder, please keep your comments respectful. And now I'll turn it over to Sabrina.
The 8 speakers that currently have their hands raised are Deborah Bayer, Rustal Kayanyang, Jeannie Quartz, Carla Perez, Don Gosney, Mark Wasberg, Hulan Barnett, Tarnell Abbott, and Hakeem Johnson. Deborah Bayer, you'll have 2 minutes. You may begin. Debbie Bayer. Please unmute yourself, *6.
There we go. Now, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to thank Councilmember Willis for the resolution on behalf of Ethel Dotson. And it was really impressive to read the documentation of everything that she did. And there was some history I didn't know. I didn't know about the hotel. And it's this really important history for us all to know. Why I did want to speak, what I did know about Mrs. Dotson was that she grew up in Seaport Village. She lived near Seaport Village and she was well aware of the poisons that were being manufactured and dumped not very far from her home and the home of her neighbors on the AstraZeneca site, what is now the AstraZeneca site. And she was the co-founder of the Citizens Advisory Group that was set up to work with the DTSC to make sure that the remediation at the Zeneca site was brought up to residential standards, if indeed it was going to be used for residences. And so I think as we honor her and remember her for her many accomplishments, I don't want that one to get lost. That, you know, when we consider AstraZeneca, Ethel Dotson was an amazing fighter for the rights of communities, of our community, to be free of any kind of poisons. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rustal Kanyanyang. You'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. My name is Rustal Kayanyang. I represent the statewide group called Save Our Seniors Network. I also am speaking on behalf of former state assembly member Mariko Yamada, who's the former chair of the State Assembly Aging Long-Term Care. We want to thank Councilmember Jimenez for introducing item I-14, which is on the consent calendar. We have many communities, including the Berkeley City Council, that support the bill, as well as many organizations up and down the state. Seniors' Lives Matter. We would appreciate a letter to the governor asking him to sign this bill immediately so that our loved ones, our seniors, do not get evicted during this pandemic. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Jeannie Quartz. You'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Yes, hello. Good evening, Jeannie Quartz, Richmond resident. I would like to take this opportunity to address the gross negligence of our previous lame duck city council, Mayor Butt, the city attorney, and the city manager, and the Department of Toxic Substances Control regarding the housing development on the highly toxic AstraZeneca campus-based site. The following is taken directly from the City of Richmond's Public Health and Safety Exception Development Agreement. Quote, "The city shall retain at all times its authority to take any legally valid action necessary to protect persons or property from dangerous or hazardous conditions which create a threat to the public health or safety, including without limitation, authority to condition or deny a permit, approval or agreement or other entitlement." End quote. Why isn't the city using this authority? The development is moving ahead without a full residential cleanup. Those involved in allowing this criminal development to keep moving forward will have as their legacy the residents who will ultimately become ill from living on an EPA qualified Superfund site with only 1% cleanup, while 99% of the cancer-causing toxins that are 15 feet deep from the surface remain in an earthquake zone subject to sea level rise. This goes completely against the general plan's health and safety exception development agreement. Please stop this insane and criminal development now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, it's 7 o'clock and I'm gonna have to interrupt this process so that we can start the public hearing on the redistricting process. That's item J1. Is that right, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Okay, so we will resume open forum when we get done with this. So would you read item J1, please?
Pursuant to public notice, it's time to hold a public hearing for the second required public hearing to review the redistricting process for city council elections and receive public input regarding the composition of potential city council districts. And I will introduce this item. Just a brief overview for the public of why the city is going through a redistrict process. In January of 2020, the city of Richmond transitioned from at-large elections to district elections, and the city council approved district map 115B, establishing the boundaries based on the 2010 census data. The council also set the election sequence to districts 1, 5, and 6 to begin with the November 3rd, 2020 election, and districts 2, 3, and 4 to begin with the November 2022 election. Every 10 years, local governments that hold district elections must use new census data to redraw its district lines to reflect how local populations have changed. With the completion of the 2020 census count, the city must now use the 2020 census data to reestablish new district lines and adopt a new district map no later than April 17th of 2022 in time for the November 2022 election. To help with the process, the city of Richmond contracted with National Demographics Corporation, NDC, to guide the city to reestablish the district boundaries. And just a little bit more information, the city is required to hold 4 public hearings. This is our second hearing. And also at the direction of the city council, on August 25th, 2021, the clerk's office with NDC hosted 2 community workshops via Zoom. The next public hearings are scheduled for January 18th of 2022 and February 1st of 2022. Tonight we have Reina Ortiz de Torio. She's available tonight for Spanish translation, and translation for other languages may be available upon request prior to the date of the next hearing. Now I'd like to introduce and welcome Shalise Tilton. She's a senior consultant for National Demographics Corporation to give a presentation. And also I'd like to thank Shalise, Reina, and Assistant City Attorney James Atencio for their services tonight. And I'll turn it over to Shalise.
Thank you, Mayor Butts and council members. I want to make sure you can all see my screen. Can I just get a verbal, if you can see the City of Richmond introduction to redistricting? Great.
Yes.
Thank you. This will be very similar to the presentation that we heard previously. I do want to, it will be repetitious by design. So council members, I know that you have heard this before, but we do have new people who are just coming onto the process, and we want to make sure that we give a thorough presentation. What you're seeing on the screen is the existing districts that were adopted in 2020. As your city clerk outlined, the process is driven by state law. It's called the Fair Maps Act. It requires that we have a certain amount of hearings. And this is the second of the pre-draft map hearings. The purpose of this hearing is for us to get input from the city council and from the public on communities of interest within the city and each of the existing districts. We did hold a public workshop. We did have some good participation and a couple of maps submitted from that, as well as some comments on various communities of interest. Many of you have heard that the raw census data was released on August 12th. And what's happening now is the state of California, the California statewide database, is responsible to develop the California redistricting database. What they are doing, they've reformatted the raw data into a usable format and now are reassigning the California state incarcerated persons to their last known home addresses. So all of the state prisons will show zero population, and those prisoners are assigned to their last known home address. We're expecting that California will release that information on September 20th. What we don't know is the format it's going to be released in. There'll need to be quite a bit of work we anticipate it could take up to 2 weeks for NDC to assimilate all the data and the new geography into the City of Richmond's data set. After that data is released on September 20th, there's a 3-week waiting period before the city or the city's consultant, that would be us, can release any maps. We do anticipate having draft maps for you likely towards the end of the year, November, December, and then we'll have some map that will be posted on the website as we produce them. We'll have our first map hearings January 18th and February 1st to discuss the new maps. We must follow federal and state laws. Federal laws, equal population, that will be based on the 2020 census as adjusted by the state of California to reassign state prisoners to their home addresses. We must follow the Federal Voting Rights Act. And we also can have no racial gerrymandering, meaning we cannot use race as the only factor when drawing districts. It can be a factor, but not the only or the predominant factor. State of California requires that we follow mandated criteria. The city did follow the same criteria when it established its existing districts in 2020. The first priority is geographically contiguous. So there must be one solid border in whenever possible, if it's possible, for each district. Second is undivided neighborhoods and communities of interest. So those groups, those socioeconomic groups that are aligned in a geographic area should be kept together if they are best served for their fair and effective representation. The third is easily identifiable boundaries. Often we're talking about highways, streets, canals, railroads, those type of things, and compactness. Compactness isn't so much the shape, but it means that we don't bypass one group of people to get to a more distant group of people. And we can't draw lines to favor or discriminate against a political party. Once we've met all the federal and state, we can turn to some traditional redistricting principles. Oftentimes, it's important to minimize the voters that are shifted from a different election year. So those voters who are in districts that are voting in 2022, if we have to make some boundary adjustments, we try to do that with another district that's also 2022, so they aren't shifted to a 2024 year. We can consider, after we've met all the previous criteria, respecting voters' choices and continuity in office. So if it's possible to meet all the criteria and to draw lines that avoid head-to-head incumbents with head-to-head contests between incumbents, then we will present that option. We can slightly underpopulate a district, but only within 10%. So meaning the greatest populated district and the least populated district, there can be no difference greater than 10%. So if there's future population growth in a particular area, we can slightly underpopulate it, but within that 10%. And preserving the core of the existing districts is another consideration. Excuse me. What you're seeing here, pardon me. What you're seeing here are estimated populations, and this estimate was created by NDC. This is before the raw data came out. And of course, we still don't know what the final official numbers will be until California completes that work. We had estimated the total population would be about 111,098. It looks like we're going to be under. They think the raw data before it's being adjusted for prisoners is about 116,500. So we're slightly under in population. So all these numbers will change. We knew they would change when we created the estimate. The reason why we provided the estimate is so that people could start formulating their ideas about maps. We won't know until the official data comes out if the city is presently population balanced. You can see when you look at that third line where it says percent deviation that we are 11% out of population balance, which is pretty darn close to 10%. So it could be when the official numbers come in, it's possible the existing districts may be population balanced, but we won't know that until after the official data comes in and we're able to run this analysis. That bottom category is the citizen voting age population. Those are US citizens that live in the city of Richmond that are 18 years of age and eligible to vote. You can see that it gives the percentage of when, in this case, when we're talking Hispanic, it's Hispanic or Latino. That's how the question is asked on the census survey. So you can see when it says under citizen voting age population, the percentage Hispanic or Latino is at 53% in District 1. That shows that that's your district that has the highest concentration, highest proportion of Hispanic or Latino citizens over 18 years of age. We're also able to provide thematic maps that show the concentrated areas of our protected class groups. We see that we have higher concentrations of our Latinos community, just as we identified in District 1, and they're particularly located between San Pablo and I-580. It's the pink, the greens, and the yellows, the lighter colors that you're looking for to see the higher concentration. For our Asian American citizen voting age population, we see areas concentrated around the Country Club and Hilltop Village, and then El Sobrante in the east, and along the border with El Cerrito in the south. Our African American citizen voting age population are particularly concentrated in Hilltop, in the Iron Triangle, in between Ohio Avenue and I-580. So again, the purpose of this public hearing is to hear from you on what is your neighborhood, what are the boundaries of the neighborhood. It's great when we hear, very specifics. We do have a neighborhood association map, so that's helpful if someone refers to that map and says it either does fairly represent our neighborhood or we actually believe it's something different. And then we can also look to other, planning records and other documents. That neighborhood association or the neighborhood association map was very helpful. I know last time, it will be helpful this time. Beyond neighborhoods, we also want to know if there are other things that bring a community together. Sometimes there are shared concerns such as, maybe traffic, public safety issue, homelessness. Sometimes there's areas that maybe the homes are older or homes are newer or homes that share same economic status. Those type of things help define a community, and we want to hear about those. And we want to know if they're if they're in a particular geographic area, what are the boundaries of that area? And should that particular community be included in a single district for its fair and effective representation? So community of interest is defined now in the Fair Maps Act is a population that shares common social or economic interests that should be included within a single district for purposes of its effective and fair representation. We have mapping tools that are available. We have an online review map, which is a simple review tool where you can look at various overlays of those neighborhood associations and other features. We have paper maps. If you're not comfortable with the computer, you can pick one up from City Hall, or you can print it out, a PDF from the website. If you like the paper map and you're using the paper map, but you want Excel to do the math, we also have a supplemental kit that has those an Excel spreadsheet and each of those population units numbered consecutively so you can correspond to the worksheet. And District R, as we found, has been really popular. folks are using it to it's a paintbrush tool, and it's very, for being as simple it is on the front end for the user. It does give you enough information that is helping you to get started drawing maps. And then after the data comes out, we'll have the Caliper Maptitude Online, which gives you a little bit. It's a little bit more sophisticated tool. It's similar to what we use when we draw up the professional maps, and it also can give you more data sets. It just will be showing you after the. It doesn't matter how you submit a map. If you used one of our paper kits, or you could even use a Chamber of Commerce map, draw on it, or if you've used one of our online tools. Every map that is submitted, we'll professionally produce. This, what I'm showing you on the screen, happens to be the map that was adopted in 2020. But every map that you submit will all look the same. It'll be treated the same. So don't worry if your map doesn't look that great on paper. We'll professionally produce it and give it a number, so all maps will be considered equally. Each map will also have a demographic summary, and this demographic summary will show each of the districts, one for the total population. It gives other categories such as the citizen voting age population and other details that are of interest that sometimes define communities of interest. One of those is household income. Another one is language fluency, housing status, whether you're rental or owned, or multifamily dwellings, education levels, immigration status, very useful information. Quick snapshot of what the interactive review map looks like. The paper kit, this has population counts, so you can just take this and you can either do the math yourself, or you can use the Excel spreadsheet and the corresponding population unit ID map to help you identify the numbers of those population units that you've drawn. District R, this is the paintbrush tool. And also what is great about that is you can highlight those same color density maps. You can activate those. This one happens to be Spanish spoken at home. So you can see that the darker purples have the higher concentration of families that speak Spanish at home. And then Caliper is the tool that will be available after the official data is out. So this is the last slide of my presentation. Again, we want to know what your neighborhood is, what are its boundaries, what are other notable areas in the city, what are their boundaries, and I'm happy to answer any questions about the redistricting process or about the mapping tools.
Other questions from council members? Councilmember Willis.
Thank you. And thanks for the presentation. I think the couple of questions that I have is, what is the outreach looking like to inform as many residents as possible about drawing out the maps? And is there a way, and this might be to the city clerk or consultants, just anybody answer this, but is there a way for us to get information about folks who are attending these public forums so we have a good idea on how many folks are being engaged and how many more people actually need to get engaged in a city with 110,000 people estimatedly until we get those new numbers?
So, Councilmember Willis, let's see, the outreach consisted of sending emails to as many people as possible. We've had the the mayor's office send out a news release. We put it on KCRT. We have information on our website of, all the different public hearings and all the information that we have produced so far. And I have no idea how else to reach other people, because we had over 100 people sending information to over 100 people, and we've had it on social media. We've asked people to share this information on social media. So if you have ideas on how we can get more people involved, please do.
Well, I mean, I'm sure that the outreach is extensive. The only thing that I didn't hear is ways that we're reaching people who may not be digitally in tune, like on social media and emails. Like there's still a fair amount of people out there who are not really tech savvy or internet savvy. So I don't know if there's a way if we can do like a mass text messaging system. I know that's some things I do at my job where we'll get lists of, we'll buy a list from like the county or something to like text people what's happening. And if there's something in the budget, maybe like a postcard with the city of Richmond seal or something, so it doesn't look like spam, just ways to reach seniors or other folks who may not be too technologically in tune to what's happening. I just don't want those populations to fall through the cracks because of the digital divide. So those are the only things I didn't hear, if we can figure it out and if it is in the budget to do.
I sure will look into that. Thank you.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I just have one question. Is this tool that you are talking about are going to be available for non-English speakers? And if so, in which language these are going to be translated? I know that today we are doing translation in Spanish, but I noticed that your PowerPoint presentation or your presentation was only in English. So I just wanted to make sure, as Council Member Willis is talking about getting access to people who don't access digital tools. We have, as you see, we have a big percentage of foreign born community here that may or may not speak or understand English well, and we want to make sure that we are engaging everybody where they are and where they feel comfortable to understanding everything.
And if it's okay, I can go ahead and answer that, Mr. Mayor. The Maptitude, the Caliper Maptitude online will come in. It comes in English, Spanish, Portuguese, Vietnamese, Mandarin, and Korean. And the paper toolkits and the supplement and the Excel spreadsheet are provided in both English and Spanish.
Thank you. And what about, like, we have Chinese population and a Laos population here? Are these something that, even if it's not translated because that tool, are you going to do that?
I know we have Google Translate on the website, I believe. So there's all of those languages are available, and dozens of more on Google Translate. We don't have control over the District R tool. We're not able to we're not able to provide in those additional languages.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Councilor Martinez.
Yes, I want to thank you for changing slide 2, where you had the calendar of events, because I was wondering what was going to happen in that large period of time. But I see that from early October until January, there's a dead space. And I was wondering what you would be doing with the data during that time period, so that you would be prepared for the presentations or the community meetings in January and February.
Yes, and thank you, Councilmember Martinez, for pointing that out. Slide 2 that was given in advance. Someone had gone in and changed my slide 2 for another city for those. So it showed April date, it showed March and April for the second draft hearings. And so I will be sending your city clerk the revised one. I caught it right before I started the slide presentation. So the slides that I gave, the You're absolutely right. There's January 18th and February 1st for our next meetings. So that's slide 2. If you had a previous version, advanced version, it was incorrect. What we'll be doing in January, in November and December, is taking all that data and matching up not only what's happened. It's a complicated process until we can get the data usable for all the tools. The geography of the census blocks has changed, and from 2010. So that takes a great deal of time to make sure that all the data is properly converted. And we don't know what format that it's going to be delivered in on September 20th. So we'll be doing that work. There are a lot of jurisdictions that have December 15th deadlines. So those maps will get prepared first for the December. They have to adopt by December 15th. Fortunately, the city doesn't. The city has until April 17th. But we will have those tools available and folks can start using the tools now. And then after the official data comes out, there may need to be some some slight adjustments to the boundaries because population will have shifted from our estimates. But we're encouraging folks to start now with the tools that are available now. We don't anticipate there's going to be a great amount of change that's going to be needed. So folks can start drawing maps now. We're going to be receiving those maps. We're taking communities of interest and drawing those into maps so that we can overlay them when we draw the final maps.
So my second question is, it sounds as if you project the future maps to be pretty similar to the ones that we have now. Would you entertain an entirely different map? Like some of the ones that were considered in the previous session?
Yeah, so the citizens will be submitting maps, and we've already had some interest to bring up a couple of the maps that were previously submitted for reconsideration. So, whatever maps are submitted by citizens, we'll be producing. And so some could look very different than the existing districts.
Councilmember Willis?
Yeah, one other thing that just came to my mind in terms of outreach is the working with the school district and see if we can have something approved by them that can go into the schools that students can take home with them. I know I did that once for a community event once we got school district approval and kids brought these notices to their parents. So just a final thought, that's all.
Okay, any other questions from council members? If not, I will open the public hearing, and I assume we have public speakers signed up, Madam Clerk.
Yes, we do. We have 12 speakers, and I'll turn it over to Sabrina.
Our group of speakers tonight are Don Gosney, Julian Barnett, Tarnell Abbott, Hakeem Johnson, Ilona Clark, Andrea Soto, Lisa Johnson, Oscar Garcia, Mark Wasberg, and Philip, Kayoki and Martha, Cesar Zepeda, and Madeline Law. Don Gosney, you'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
You made a mistake. I was signed up for public forum.
Oh, okay, already. For the open forum?
Yes.
Okay, I'll lower your hand, and when we call open forum again, you can re-raise it, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Julian Barnett. You'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
You hear me?
Yes.
No, my question is, I signed up for the public forum. I didn't sign up either for the for what is it called, the redistricting? Is that what this is for?
Yes, it is. Okay, I will lower your hand. For all speakers who are waiting for open forum, please lower your hand at this time. I have a notation of who was signed up for open forum, and then I'll be calling just the speakers for the public hearing. Thank you. Our next speaker is Tarnell Abbott. Miss Abbott, you'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
I'm sorry, I'm not in a way where I can lower my hand. I was also for open forum.
Okay, thank you. Alana Clark, you'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you very much for the very advanced notice on the dates. My schedule is done a couple of months in advance, so having the dates this far in advance really helps me to participate. I would like to implore the city council and the people involved in this process to, as much as possible, conduct these elections and this map drawing according to current laws and practices. Litigation is expensive, and unfair elections that are not representative of our community undermines the authority of city government and its ability to serve us. People on our council should be proved residents of the districts they represent, not just residents of Richmond, but residents of their districts for 1 year before election day. And they should be required to remain residents of these districts for the duration of their time in office or be replaced. Thank you very much for listening. That's all I have.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andre Soto. Andre, still have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Yeah, thank you. Looking at this presentation, it's, the same thing we heard 2 years ago. And I think we need to learn some of the lessons from the last time around. I really want to thank Councilmember Willis for his question about outreach. And one of the things that the Bay Area Air Quality Management District has learned from its dramatic failures to adequately reach hard to reach populations in the community of Richmond was to actually contract with local groups in the community who have bases, who have outreach experience and capacity to actually do community engagement for the air district. They realize that their system of sending out emails to lists is completely inadequate and results in a skewed representation of the population. And I think that one of the things that you should consider is setting up a commission to look at this data in a way that will be more in-depth than what you can do as council members because of all the other business you have to handle. The people of the state of California recognize that the state legislature was incapable of establishing fair districts and thus created an independent citizens commission for that. And that is something I think the City Council of Richmond should consider here. And additionally, because the current maps we see where you have North Richmond and Parkchester lumped into the same district as Point Richmond is a complete injustice. And it's clear that communities like North Richmond, in particular, the section of North Richmond that is the city of Richmond, really has a lot more in common with District 1 and the Iron Triangle than it does with the Point Richmond or even the Hilltop or Country Club Estates region. So I think there's a lot of adjusting that needs to be done with these current boundaries. And I hope you have the courage to think outside the box and not just listen to your consultant, which is a Republican-owned company with a sketchy track record. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you'll have 3 minutes. You may begin.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Lisa Johnson, and I'm a 21-year Richmond resident. I've participated in every community meeting and public hearing regarding district elections since 2019 and have consistently raised several issues that I would like the council to consider addressing. First, our charter is not compliant with state law and legal precedent, and the district election process is rife with unnecessary ambiguities that render it unfair to all candidates and residents. As such, I'm respectfully requesting that the council consider having a special election in advance of November 2022 to judiciously amend the charter to first appropriately define residency tenure requirements in accordance with legal precedent. It took several back and forth emails with the city attorney's office today before this was fully fleshed out. And I hope the council can appreciate the legal quagmire that these unnecessary inconsistencies and ambiguities in our charter present the city and should appropriately be rectified. Second, allow ranked choice voting as part of the district election process. Should a candidate be deemed ineligible and or voluntary or involuntarily withdraw from a race before the election, but after the ballots have already been printed, there is currently not a clear and fair and timely election process for the remaining qualified candidates. There are also numerous other issues within the charter that similarly need to be identified, and it would be wiser for the council to finally act and do it all at once and save taxpayer expense. Second, I am asking the council to judiciously draft and prompt or pass an ordinance that specifies how candidates and elected council member residency is defined, validated, and maintained. Last year, formal letters of inquiry were submitted to the city attorney and district attorney offices regarding the legitimacy of 3 candidates' residencies in districts 1 and 5. That represented 30% of all candidates and is hugely problematic. Numerous cities have such ordinances and it is not in the best interest of Richmond or its residents to not move forward with such an ordinance, but rather only the very few seeking office. Third, I'm respectfully asking the council to truly listen to the community and adopt a map that the community supports. What we got last year was a gerrymandered map based on the city council members' political ploys. It was not what the community expressed in multiple community meetings and at the public hearings. The map was racially gerrymandered, yet they don't even have Latino representation in District 1. Districts should be geographically contiguous, yet District 2 has a technical criteria that was used to lump those districts together and was a huge insult to Richmond residents and the neighborhoods that are in District 2. The neighborhoods and communities should also not be divided, and yet our Shoreline, Hilltop, and San Pablo corridor are all currently divided. Please listen to the community this time and present us with the district map and election process that is fair and in the best interest of all 111,000 plus residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Oscar Garcia. Mr. Garcia, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You may begin. Looks like we lost Mr. Garcia. I'll have to get him back. In the meantime, let's go to our next speaker is Mark Wasberg. You'll have 3 minutes. You may begin.
You hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, you go back and look at the first meetings on this district voting. It's all about race, because that Latino woman comes up there and says, there's not enough Mexican women on the city council, so we need more Mexicans on the city council. You see what I'm saying? This is about race, because they want to keep the white people out and put in more blacks and Latinos and Asians and the melting pot of the world. You see, that's what I'm trying to say. This is what it's all about. And some of these people in Richmond wasn't even representative. And everybody in Richmond has the right to vote, except illegal immigrants, people like mental illness, like McLaughlin, and like people like the deaf and dumb, like Jerry's kids, like Martinez. See, these people cannot vote. But you know, you people started making all these excuses. It's all about race. And I told Nat Base to file a lawsuit in federal court because some of these people in Richmond is not going to be representative. Like the people in North Richmond, they couldn't even vote. They didn't have nobody to represent these people. So I don't know who you think you people are kidding. You need to go back and look at the first hearings. You see what I'm saying? This district voting is a joke. It's all about race. It's all about discriminating against people, especially the white population, because they want more minorities on. Well, you guys are not minorities anymore. You guys control majority of Richmond. See, the only thing I worry about is, see, you take all the governments in the world right now. The most successful governments are white, but you look at all the other governments. You know, you look at Africa, you look at Asia, you look at the Middle East, you look at Mexico, Central America. These governments are all screwed up. They don't even know how to run a government. You see, this is what I'm worried about. And now you're going to have all these anarchists. The RPA is going to flourish, and Richmond's going to be so screwed up they won't be able to even run a government. They don't even believe it in their constitutional laws, especially this psycho McLaughlin. And everybody knows that Guaido's brain dead. After that one meeting, he couldn't even think what was going on. So see, this is why somebody needs to file a federal lawsuit, take it to federal court, and go back to the election that we had where everybody can vote. Because what they're going to do is they're going to pick special districts, and people are going to start jumping around to different addresses so they can get on the city council, especially the people in the RPA like Willis and McLaughlin and all the others. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Philip. Philip, you'll have 3 minutes. You may begin.
Sorry, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay. And council members, I was going to say Lisa Johnson is a very tough act to follow in terms of facts, but I guess Mark is an even tougher act to follow. I actually just kind of want to piggyback on some of the things that Lisa had to say more eloquently and with more experience attending the meetings. I think that ranked voting is an excellent idea because, in fact, there are changes and it will give us an opportunity to see what the public really wants, both for politicians coming along in the future and in the cases that Lisa mentioned where there should be somebody dropping out or ineligible after the ballots are printed. The other thing that I agree with is the fact that I think the city manager and or city attorneys actually don't understand or clarify and communicate to the residents what's going on with these requirements. And consequently, they can be manipulated. I feel that our city charter needs to be consistent with state laws. We're opening ourselves up to legal action, and we have had enough time for these issues to be addressed by the city attorney. The last thing I want to say is that, like Lisa mentioned, I was appalled to find people jumping from district to district or somebody moving in with their mother. And, I remember having a social media conversation where somebody said, how can you possibly prove where somebody lives? It's pretty easy for me to prove where I live. My federal taxes come from there. My mail goes there. My neighbors see me. I can get 30 or 40 people in my own neighborhood to vouch for my home. Even my Florida properties and Florida property taxes are paid from this address, as are all my business and personal accounts. So I really don't think it's that hard to prove where somebody lives. I think they should live there. I think they should have lived there. And I think they should continue to live there, because the disadvantage of the district system is you only need to be elected in your own district. So you no longer need to be responsible for the well-being of the city as a whole. In order to get reelected, you only need to be able to speak to your constituency of your specific area. And, this is causing some problems as neighborhoods fight against neighborhoods, when in fact the city council should be responsible fiscally and otherwise to the entire city. Thanks you so much for your time this evening.
Thank you. I'd like to go back to Oscar Garcia. Oscar, you'll have 3 minutes. You may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Oscar Garcia. I'm born and raised in the Iron Triangle. I'm here to speak on how the Iron Triangle is currently broken up between two districts, which I think is unfair. I and my neighbors are in different districts, and that has broken up continuity within the city council representation. As others have mentioned, there needs to be some continuity among the neighborhoods. I also would like to advocate for our South Side neighborhoods to be part of the Iron Triangle, given that there's a lot of similarity between the Iron Triangle and neighborhoods like Santa Fe. Santa Fe in particular, it's actually currently part of the same district as Point Richmond, Hilltop, and I think part of the Merino Bay. And they certainly are not, well represented in that district. So I do want to join comments made by a couple of folks earlier that, neighborhoods in the South Side, should be joined with the Iron Triangle, and even the neighborhoods in North Richmond. That will ensure more consistency among the voters in terms of their priorities, their composition. And I really hope that you're able to accommodate that and not break up all of these similar or neighborhoods that are similar in need among all these various districts. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much and good evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cesar Cepeda. You'll have 2 minutes, 3 minutes, excuse me. You may begin.
Good evening, City Council members. Cesar Cepeda, resident of Hilltop, currently District 2. I want to call out one thing here on slide 12 to begin off with. It says election sequence. That slide there is incorrect. For 2022, the correct election sequence would be 2, 3, and 4, not 2, 4, and 5, unless someone's removing the current council member from District 5. So with that there, make sure that we correct that. And I want to echo some of the other comments made in regards to District 2. It is unfair to have two of the wealthiest communities put in with the least wealthiest communities. Those communities, the whole purpose of district election is to be able to give an equal voice to as many people as possible. And putting those communities all together is going to be very, very difficult to get someone from North Richmond or Parkchester to ever be elected because they're being put against the two richest communities. Currently, the map is not geographically contiguous. It divides several communities of interest. It has, again, put the two wealthiest communities together with the least wealthy communities. It jumps over Highway 580, and that's an identifiable boundary that shouldn't have been crossed over. And District 2 has the most population, according to one of the slides there, or it's projected to have the most population, even though there's large housing projects expected to be coming up. So we're not going to have any room for growth there. So currently, District 2, the top of District 2, a lot of those areas that were cut in half are also named Hilltop. So just the name should have given a hint that you're cutting communities of interest. And then down below, Point Richmond and Marina, part of Marina was also cut up to be given into District 2. So please take a look at the maps again. I hope that more people get involved. Thank you for putting the word out there, but hopefully more and more people can get out and be involved in this really crucial piece of our history. This is going to be the map for the next 10 years. So a lot more eyes and more pressure is going to be on here. So I'm hoping that everyone can do the right thing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jen McNoney. You'll have 3 minutes. You may begin.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. And
citizens of Richmond. I was born and raised in the city and I've seen it go through many, many changes. I actually think district elections is a smart idea because it does meet communities of interest together. I'm also the president of the Richmond Neighborhood Coordinating Council, who is the umbrella organization for all of our neighborhood councils in Richmond. Neighborhood councils have a rich history in Richmond, and I think that dividing up neighborhood councils into different districts just doesn't make sense. We're pretty much all like-minded. We all kind of do the same thing within our neighborhoods. So it's very important that you don't break up neighborhoods. I don't think there's one neighbor, oh, wait a minute, take that back. Probably some of the very small neighborhoods that have just a couple hundred people didn't get broken up, but larger neighborhoods have just been cut up into pieces. And it's very important that these people with like interest and like incomes stay together. I also would just like to know, is there a drop dead deadline for when you have to get a map in? Are we going to do any in person kind of drawings of maps, even, you know, with spread out space? I think the RNCC might like to do that just so that we can get more people involved. So if you could give me any of that information, I'd appreciate it. And thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Naomi Williams. Naomi, you'll have 3 minutes. You may begin.
Good evening. Unmute. Okay, good evening. I live in the south part of Richmond. And before the first establishment of districts, they took and put one of the neighborhoods that's in District 5 and in District 3. That's 2 different districts. I agree with Oscar and Dan and Cepeda. Leave everything. If we have problems, we have common problems. We don't have problems for everybody else. We have our own problems because we're in the lower part of Richmond, which is that test because of the way we are treated. So I'm thinking 2 years ago, though, when we had the district, where are we going to meet? Are we going to be able to meet in person and neighborhoods can get together so they can talk? Or are we going to still be on Zoom? I'm finished.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jacqueline Paulbert. Jacqueline, you have 3 minutes. You may begin.
Yeah, I consider myself fairly, you know, Wi-Fi connected and everything, and interested in what happens in the city. But I have to say, I know nothing about all this, which is a very important topic about redistricting and the effects of the census. So I'm suggesting, I don't understand why, for example, we wouldn't make a town hall to get community members involved. A town hall via Zoom can easily be arranged. And I think it would be very helpful to get the community involved. I think this is especially important because just since the last election cycle, city council members are voted in by district. So whatever districts we look at is very important also in that regard. And then last not least, I have noticed an incredible amount of movement since the census happened. Just on my block, at least 3 houses were sold. And there is a lot of movement ethnicity-wise. So a lot of non-white people have moved out for obvious reasons. It's too expensive, rents, you know, nobody can afford to buy a home. And a lot of white people have moved in. So I'm just wondering how all of this is accounted for. I think this needs a lot more discussion. This needs a lot more involvement of the community. And I would really look forward for the council and the city to be more proactive in that. I have seen nothing of that proactivity. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gary. Gary, you'll have 3 minutes. You may begin. Gary, please unmute yourself. You have 3 minutes. You may begin.
Okay, so I've actually worked with the map kits and map programs that are out there. And the one thing I'm going to tell you is, as long as you're limited to 6 districts, you're never going to make anybody 100% happy. Because if the objective is to balance the population, the map that you started with is probably the best thing you're going to get. And I had to do some modifications within those districts to come up with the balanced population. But I totally agree with the people in District 2, especially after driving recently down in the southern part in the Marina area. But it's a population thing. So District 2 is sort of what's left over when you've taken care of District 4, which is all of 94803, El Sobrante, and had Fairmead thrown in to balance the population. And in downtown Richmond, the core area, it's divided up into 4 pieces. So as long as you have 6 districts, nobody's going to be very happy relative to the neighborhood council arrangements and all that. The only one that actually probably survives is District 4 with all their neighborhood councils. But that's just the facts of life. I'm sorry. Anybody who considers the map gerrymandered probably has never looked at a gerrymandered map. So you got what you got, and you can tweak what you got to balance the population. I don't like the idea of 94803 being thrown in with Fairmead. I'm sure Fairmead doesn't like that. I certainly can understand the people up in the Hilltop area around the country club and that being thrown in with a marina. But it's a population balancing act, and you can complain or you can do whatever you want, but that's about what you got. So I'd say anybody who wants to complain needs to try to look at the map and actually figure out how they can make what they want work. Because that's, unless you're going to have more council members, you're going to have 6 districts, and that's the end of it. So thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers. Oh, I see one more hand just raised. Sorry, it went down. There are no more public speakers.
Okay, thank you. The public hearing is now closed. Are there any final questions or comments by council members? Councilmember McLaughlin.
I just want to say thank you to the city clerk for continuing this process, and to the consultant, to all the speakers. And I know the process will continue, and we'll continue to do further outreach, and hopefully we'll have a good resolution when this is finished. So thank you to everyone involved.
Okay, this is not an action item. So Councilmember Martinez, sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to speak to what the last person said, which is that the map that we chose is probably the best map considering the population. But, you know, I was curious because we have Harchester Village, we have North Richmond included in Hilltop Mall and Point Richmond. And I was wondering if there might be some way that we could include Parkchester, North Richmond with District 1 and change the other things around. I mean, there's so many different possibilities, but I would like to see some effort in trying to reestablish communities of like concerns.
Okay, any other comments from council members? I don't see any, so at this point, we will return to open forum.
Okay, just a reminder, anybody that wants to sign up for open forum that previously had their hand up, if you could please raise your hand. I'm seeing a total of 6 hands right now. I have Norma, phone number ending in 3618, Andres Soto, Carla Perez, Don Gosney, Tarnell Abbott, Hakeem Johnson, Mark Wasberg, and Helen Barnett. I'll go ahead and start with Norma. Norma, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Norma?
This is Norma. I did not raise my hand.
Okay, it's raised. I'll go ahead and lower your hand. Thank you. Next speaker is phone number ending in 3618. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. You can unmute yourself by pushing *6.
Great. Hello. I'm let's see, numbers.
I can hear you. You can go ahead and start. Hello? Hello? Okay, we'll come back to the caller. The next speaker is Andres Soto. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, later on, you're going to be talking about the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force, and we know some of the talking points that are going to be coming. And when I looked at your agenda this evening for closed session, I saw that there were at least 7 liability cases against the city of Richmond. I don't know all these people, but I would not be surprised if many of them were from the Richmond Police Department. In 2002, I was the victim of Richmond police violence during the notorious Richmond Cinco de Mayo police riot. And one of the police officers, Lawrence Robinson, who hit me across the back with one of the flashlights illegally, was recommended for discipline and termination by the Richmond Police Commission. But because the report was leaked to the Richmond Police Officers Association through internal affairs, Mr. Robinson claimed disability and was allowed to retire on disability for repeated and unspecified shoplifter apprehensions at Walgreens in downtown Richmond in the Foods Co. parking lot. So do not be threatened. Do not be afraid by all these cops trying to squeeze some money out of the city as they try to get themselves out the door. We don't want those kind of people serving Richmond. We want people who are dedicated to improving community relations and a changing paradigm for public safety in Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Carla Perez. Carla, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name's Carla Perez. I'm a 20+ year Richmond resident. I really wanted to discuss the street sweeping issue that we are having in the city. The council needs to reinstitute the ticketing on everybody that is still parking their cars and leaving them for weeks on end. We cannot get our streets clean until they do their jobs for us to institute the ticket, issuing tickets to the cars that sit here for weeks on end. Again, our streets look horrible, and you guys want to have people come and do business in our city. It's just like keeping your lawns manicured. If you don't want your lawns keep your lawns manicured, your property values are going to go down. And that's what happens. Our streets look horrible. Our city looks horrible. And we have a majority of the council that sits there and does nothing about it. So that's my thing on street sweeping. I also want to thank everybody that attended National Night Out. Our first responders, the neighborhood councils, and the neighborhoods that had their parties. We all had a great time doing that. And I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Don Gosney. Don, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Just a quick shout out to Councilmember Bates, who turned 90 years of age a few days back. It appears that Mr. Bates may be the oldest elected official in the country. Quite a feat considering these difficult times we have at community meetings. While no one may challenge him to a 100-meter dash, his mind is still solid and he has an institutional historical memory that is of great value to this community if they take advantage of it. Happy birthday, old friend. On another note, the city has recently thrown a bunch of bucks towards fixing our problems with the unsheltered. Even though it's only been a couple of months, we're seeing upticks in crime, fires, trash, filth, and thefts around some of these encampments. It would be great if we can periodically hear reports on the progress of eradicating the problems associated with these encampments, so we can know that if the sudden influx of dollars is having a positive effect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Tarnell Abbott. I live in Richmond. If Ethel Dotson were here today, she would be leading the fight against building 4,000 housing units on top of AstraZeneca's toxic dump. But Ethel died of cancer, which she attributed to having lived in Seaport Village, where Stauffer Chemical and then later Zeneca were manufacturing these toxic chemicals. Richmond City Council members, for the health and safety of the future residents of the old Zeneca site, I urge you, direct your city attorney to explore options for ending the development agreement with HRP Campus Bay Development, LLC. Use section 2.4, public health and safety exception. The science behind sea level rise and the subsequent pressure that will force contaminated groundwater and VOCs, trichloroethylene, PCEs, etc., inland and upward is documented. These cancer-causing chemicals will present a specific health threat to the public through cracks in foundations and sewer seals. The California Department of Public Health has new guidelines of screening levels for TCEs. Don't allow this project to go forward. Ask yourself, is it better to risk a lawsuit by a developer or have cancer victims or their families sue you? Do you want illness and death on your conscience? You must stop this development. They're going to start tearing down the old buildings, and that's be nice to have that eyesore gone. But to build residential housing on top of 500,000 cubic yards of toxic material, which will be left in the ground, is horrible. You're condemning people of the future to a horrible death.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and try phone number ending in 3618 again. If you could please unmute yourself by pushing *6 and state your name for the record. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. Phone number ending in 3618. Okay. I will go ahead and move on to Hakeem Johnson. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. Earlier today, Chevron held a virtual energy transition spotlight to outline its plan to advance a lower carbon future, which include increasing capital investments to accelerate the growth and advancement of businesses in renewable fuels, hydrogen, carbon capture, and offsets. The webcast and presentation can be found at www.chevron.com. Chevron intends to be a leader in efficient and lower carbon production of traditional energy in high demand today and for years to come, while growing the lower carbon businesses that will be a bigger part of the future. Chevron's modernization project has already improved efficiencies at the refinery and reduced emissions in Richmond. Chevron Richmond will continue to play an important role in the company's lower carbon strategy and help Richmond lead the Bay Area energy transition while meeting demands. The company plans to increase use of renewables and develop a scalable hydrogen hub in California by leveraging the Richmond refinery. We are excited about the company's energy transition efforts, and we look forward to sharing more with you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Wasberg. Mark, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
You hear me?
Yes.
You know, sometimes the public's going to have to get involved in fighting crime, because I caught 2 people trying to steal out of Walgreens. I chased one out of the store and I got down his license plate number, gave it to the store manager. Then a couple of days later, I caught this one guy stuffing some stuff down his pants and try to walk out. And I told him, you walk out that store, I'm going to pepper spray your ass. So go ahead and put it back and don't come back. You see, this really happened. And I had the same problem over at the Dollar Tree. I chased a guy out of the Dollar Tree. I said, you drop the item, or else you're going to get pepper sprayed, dude. So he ended up dropping it. I said, don't come back. And I want to wish Nat Bates a happy birthday. 90 years old, dude. You don't even look like over 110. I said, you and Corky came with the plumbing in the 1800s. And just surprised with all the garbage that you've been putting up on the city council, you're still like the Energized Bunny. You take a licking and keep on ticking. So, don't be surprised if Nat Bates be on that city council at 100 years old. But, I hope it happens. He could have his hot water bottle and his blankie over him. But this is what I'm trying to say. People are going to have to start getting involved in this stuff. There's some people out there after the Floyd incident, they think they have the right to go into stores and start stealing, taking anything they want. I mean, it's been a disaster. We all seen that on TV, all these looters and stuff like that. I mean, sometimes people just going to have to start stepping up and getting involved. And I told the store owner, if I see anybody stealing again, I'm going to confront them. So if you people come to Walgreens in San Pablo, don't be surprised if you get caught. You're going to get pepper sprayed, or you're going to get thrown in jail. So I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hulan Barnett. You'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I sent an email to this body of council regarding a traffic camera program for the city of Richmond, and it really, to me, came about after just hearing about the Reimagine program, which was cutting the police department and really taking away from, to me, which is probably the biggest problem I think in Richmond, is traffic safety and just the safety of our citizens and our children being able to go to school and walk around with some dignity. That being said, there was the death of a young woman back in July who was hit by a vehicle. She was in a crosswalk. I was driving home this past Friday on Bloom Drive, where I get off at Richmond Parkway, and there was a pedestrian in the crosswalk, and a person coming probably 40 to 50 miles an hour swerved around this person and didn't even come to a stop or even slow down. So that's a concern to me. But in addition to it, there's a light at Shane and Hilltop that's been broken since May. And so that's a concern. And at that very intersection, there's been 96 citations given since, I think, January of 2020. But that being said, I understand with this group of individuals that that traffic safety and the safety of our community just isn't a priority. So that to me is just something I'll come back and revisit. But I do want to give an amen to the lady that said that our streets need to be swept. That's the first one I want to give an amen to. So right on, because we need to back each other up. It's our community. And the other one was for Don Gosney, just recognizing that homelessness is a problem and that the RPA is the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ilana Clark. Ilana, you'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hi, while we're reimagining public safety, I would like to reiterate that the light at Hilltop and Shane has been out since before the beginning of summer. There are schools there, there's Cal Prep, there's Making Waves. It's a very busy intersection. It's a very large intersection. Having a four-way stop there is not practical. Now, I live in Hilltop Fairmead. I drive through that intersection almost every day, and I can tell you it is not safe and it is completely unacceptable, especially now that schools are back in session, full-time, in person. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for some kid to get killed? Because that's what's going to happen. Please address the traffic light. I cannot imagine that you don't know about it or didn't know about it before today, but at least now you know. Denial is no longer an option. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gary. Gary, you'll have 2 minutes. Please state your last name for the record. Gary, please unmute yourself and please state your last name for the record.
My name's Gary Kirk. I live in the Elsa Branch area of Richmond. Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, members at large, I guess, whatever. I want to, Council Member Martinez, I suggest you look at the map tools. And as far as gerrymandering, if you want to get your area into District 1, that would be a gerrymandering activity. I don't disagree with what you're trying to do, but I understand. My other issue is the City of Richmond Police Department. The police chief was unable to fill 12 positions, which the council decided to take away from her. She couldn't fill them because when it went out that we're going to take $10 million away from the police department, she was already having trouble recruiting, and that pretty much guaranteed nobody was going to be willing to come to work for her. You took 12 positions away from her. It looks like she was authorized 107 for the 21-22 cycle. You took 12 away. That's 100, brings her down to 95. And my understanding is she's lost 9 more officers. My math right, and she's down to 86 officers, the people that do the patrols on the street. So we went from 128 down to 86. That's a pretty significant drop. And that's primarily because of your desire to defund the police. You're doing an adequate job. City has 110 population, 110,000, and you dropped looks like almost a third of the police officers out of your department, and you cannot hire. I don't even know why the police chief is still here, because from what I've seen, she ought to be
Time
highly
is
recruited.
expired. Thank you. Our next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. Happy 90th birthday, Councilmember Bates. Kudos to you and all that you've accomplished throughout your life and tenure serving this city. On March 16th, the City Council adopted the Safe Parking Program, sanctioning the Ryden Road and Castro Street sites. While we all recognize that our homelessness crisis grew during the pandemic, we also know that the serious issues existed well before January of 2020. Many in the community are questioning how our taxpayer money is being spent and what progress has been made. From the outside, the primary visible difference that the public sees is that Caltrans has recently started to clean up some of our on and off ramps along I-80 and I-580. Unfortunately, without a long-term prevention plan in place, the public views this as a temporary Band-Aid that won't address the core problem. Indeed, as soon as one off-ramp is cleaned up, an adjacent one is quickly populated with new encampments and tons of illegal dumping. Caltrans allowed the Harborway South I-580 East on-ramp to become a literal dumping ground for 4 months. It was finally cleaned up, and now Regatta I-580 East on-ramp and surrounding area has turned into a large dumping ground. Is the city working with Caltrans to put effective plans in place in order to clean up a site? It looks like Berkeley is doing this, so why can't Richmond? I would also like to respectfully request consideration of an item for an upcoming September or October City Council meeting to have representatives from both the city and county to first present the community with a funding overview. In particular, I and others would like to see the following: a complete accounting of the funding that the county has received for the past 5 fiscal years to address homelessness and mental health, and how it has been allocated per district, per city within each district, and how this has been normalized per capita. How much additional funding did the county receive in 2021 and 2020 due to the pandemic? And how were those funds distributed? And finally, how has Measure X been distributed and will be distributed? We need answers to these critical questions. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Naomi Williams. Naomi, you'll have 2 minutes. You may begin. Naomi, please unmute yourself. You'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Nope. Oh, you can? Okay.
Yes.
I just want to say happy birthday, Bates. And I want to thank Willis for the resolution for Ethel Dotson and all of the Pullman Neighborhood Council areas speaking to. And the power was off on cutting and no car stopped. There should be some training for the people that drive cars to know what the warning signs are. If a light's off and the stop sign is there, it's a 4-way stop sign, not a 2-way. It's a 4-way, because the people who were going down cutting was.
Naomi, we can no longer hear you.
Oh, well, my battery is gone, so.
I can hear you now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the power was off on cutting, and the cars do not know how to stop. They don't know how to treat it as a 4-way stop sign. So somebody should teach them or train them. If they were trained to drive a car, they should have been told those different things. And I hope you got the part where I want to thank Willis and for his resolution for Ethel Dotson. We are trying to name a street for Ethel Dotson over in the Pullman, so, and something else, but that's all.
Thank you.
Okay.
Our next speaker is John Halcomb. Mr. Halcomb, you'll have 2 minutes. You may begin. Please unmute yourself, John. You'll have 2 minutes. You may begin. We'll come back to John. Our next speaker is a caller ending with the last 4 digits of 2352. You'll have 2 minutes. You may begin. Last 4 digits ending in 2352. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. You may begin. Please state your name for the record.
Hello?
Yes, hello. Please state your name for the record.
James Daniels. What I'm calling about, I was listening to the lady talking about the concerns of street sweepers coming down the street because the cars are parked there, not able to sweep. May I make one suggestion? Maybe the Public Works Department get hold of some furlough workers, and they can clean up those streets by using reachers in other parts of the city that need to be cleaned up, that the Public Works Department cannot get to. This would work real well. These are people who have speeding tickets or some other kind of form of tickets they need to pay off but cannot pay off. So we call them furlough workers, and they work real well. I know personally. So if anybody in the Public Works Department can use them, they need to look it up and start using them to clean the city up. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go back to John Halcomb. John, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You may begin. John, you may begin. Okay, we'll try John again in a few moments. Our next speaker is Philip. Philip, you'll have 2 minutes. Please state your last name for the record. Philip, please unmute yourself and state your last name for the record. You may begin.
Hello, it's Philip Rosenthal. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, thank you.
Happy birthday, Nat. You've been here certainly longer than I have. Thanks for all of the things you do for the city. I just want to speak a little bit on reimagining the police. Unfortunately, I am assisting with the polls tonight, and consequently, I need to get off this call. This is how I kind of view what's happening in our city right now. First of all, I am respectful to Chief French. I think she's qualified. I think she's amazing. And if I were her, I would hightail it out of here so fast that you wouldn't hear the door slam. She is being hobbled by a city council that would not really be concerned about the $170,000 salary of city desk clerks with lifetime benefits, but are quick to say that the police department costs us too much. This is how I see this problem. If you are raising a family and you say, I think it's really important that we save for our child's future and make sure that the child is well educated and healthy, and that the child has a college fund, and that the child is learns culture. So what we're going to do is we're going to stop feeding the kid so we can put the money in the bank account for his college future. And then we're going to say, well, it doesn't really matter. The child is skinny anyway. And that's what's happening with the city council. They're hobbling the police force and then saying that the police force is too skinny. Thanks, everybody, and have a good evening and stay safe out there if you can.
Thank you. Our next speaker has us named Richmond Progressive Alliance. You'll have 2 minutes. Please state your name for the record.
Yes, this is Alita Torre. I just wanted to quote the Ella Baker song. And it's like this: to me, young people come first. They have the courage where we fail. And if I can but shed some light as we carry them through the gale, we who believe in freedom cannot rest. We who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes. Good trouble. I'm grateful for the Richmond Progressive Alliance, the Reimagining Richmond, and the Listening Project for having these interns this weekend. RPA interns to do their listening party, the membership for RPA, to remember good trouble is what we should be thinking about. Reimagining the same reasons our freedom fighters that supported me are supporting them to reimagine a new Richmond. We love you, RPA interns. Do what you're going to do. We are beside you. You are our future, and let it be always through song and the freedom riders that have come before us. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jan Gnoni. You'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
I just wanted to wish Nat a happy birthday. I would have never thought you were 90, and we get along there and we just do things as we do, but you've been there, supported so much that goes on in the city of Richmond, and we appreciate that immensely. I do kind of have a concern. Is the city of Richmond doing anything about the huge amount of power outages we're having in this city? We lost power Friday for 14 hours. I have a neighbor that lost their power Friday morning and didn't get it back until sometime Sunday AM. Over at Laurel Park, which has no wires up, in the sky, have for the last 4 weekends have lost power. Is the city investigating this? I think it's very important to know that our tax dollars are going to these people, and maybe they need to stop giving bonuses and maybe take care of things so that we have our power as often as we do. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Nat Bates.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. As some of you heard, I've turned 90 years of age. And I want to thank my children, Larry, Gail, and Stephen, along with Rolanda, who put on 2 beautiful programs for me. One, a dinner at Scott's, attracted some 100 people, then another function at in Vallejo, the Godfather's winery. So, and I'd like to thank all of those who came out. And in particular, I'd like to thank the guest speaker at the Scott's restaurant, the Honorable Willie Brown. And I'd like to thank the chief for coming out along with several other individuals. I want to thank the mayor for a beautiful presentation, John Joya, a resolution, and Congressman Mark Desaulniers, as well as Senator Skinner, and also a beautiful letter from President Jimmy Carter, and a commendation from President Obama. So I've been tremendously blessed, and it's all about God. He's the one that has given me good health, prosperity, and a lovely family. And I want to also say that it is a blessing to serve the citizen of Richmond, and thank many of you who mentioned my birthday this afternoon. So we'll be here, and we're going to continue to fight on behalf of all the citizens of Richmond. I love each and every one of you dearly. And again, I want to thank everyone. And if I missed anyone, I apologize. But forgive my, if it's 90 years of age, I can't remember completely everyone. So thank you again. Thank you, Councilmember Martinez, for coming out. I appreciate you and your wife being in attendance as well. So thank you to the labor group, Don Gosney. Thanks, everyone.
And we have one final speaker, Deborah Baer. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hi, I'm sorry, Sabrina. I've already spoken.
Thank you. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Next item is the consent calendar. Do we have a motion?
At point of information, real quick, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
During public comment and just how the agenda is structured, I didn't know if we were taking up the resolution item of renaming and setting a public hearing during consent calendar, if that's going to be a separate item. I just heard public comment, and sometimes we do vote on resolutions during consent calendar. So I wanted to get clarification on that.
It is a separate item. And, you know, sometimes it's just not worth the hassle to try to get people to detour from open forum to an item. It takes less time, just let it go. So we're down to the consent calendar, and I'd like a motion, please.
So move the consent calendar.
Okay, motion by Willis, second by Martinez. Would you call the roll, please?
I think it was a second by Vice Mayor Johnson.
Vice Mayor Johnson.
Okay. Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
And the next item is the second public hearing item, J2. Would you read that, please?
Yes, item J2 is to hold a public hearing relating to the proposed issuance of revenue bonds by the California Municipal Finance Authority in an amount not to exceed $55 million for the benefit of the Barrett Terrence Housing LP for the acquisition, rehabilitation, and improvement of a 115-unit affordable multifamily rental housing facility located at 700 Barrett Avenue, also known as 425 8th Street, and adopt a resolution approving the issuance of the bonds by the California Municipal Finance Authority for the sole purpose of satisfying tax equity and fiscal responsibility act requirements.
Okay, is there a staff report?
Mayor, Lena Velasco, Community Development Director. This is a required public hearing, which the city clerk summarized very well. I will note that Anthony Stubbs from the California Municipal Finance Authority is here, as well as Joanna Griffin, Mike Rogers, and Timothy Moreau, who are available to answer any specific questions representing CHDC, Community Development Corporation of North Richmond.
Okay, are there any questions from council members? I don't see any. I will open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody signed up to speak on this item? You're muted.
I do not see any speakers for this item.
Okay, the public hearing is now closed. Are there any final questions or comments from council members? I would entertain. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Councilmember Bates.
Yeah, I wanted to
Okay.
get some clarity, but because I think the public also should be aware, in spite of our financial difficulties, I'd like for the staff to explain how we're going to pay for this enormous bond measure.
So Anthony, are you available to answer that question?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Anthony Stubbs with the California Municipal Finance Authority. The city is in no way responsible for this financing. It's a private financing. The TEFRA here tonight is just to inform the public that tax exempt financing is being used. This is a project that qualifies for tax exempt financing because it is affordable housing and offers that public benefit. So the city is not responsible for the financing at all. It's a private loan between the borrower and their bank.
You have another question, Councilmember Bates?
Well, so the question is, any kind of default, the city is not at fault. This is a bond measure where people purchase bonds at a low interest rate with a tax exempt status, and therefore they're the ones that are at risk rather than the city.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted clarification. Thank you very much.
Councilor Martinez, you have a hand up?
Yes. Is this in any way related to the housing authority? And if so, how?
No, it's not. This is a private affordable housing development that's related to the Barrett Terrace. It's a existing affordable housing project located at 700 Barrett Avenue and 425 8th Street. CHDC operates the facility.
So it's a facility that's independent, run by a private corporation?
Yes, a nonprofit, yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments from council members? I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Okay, motion by Vice Mayor Johnson.
Second.
Second by whom?
By me.
Okay, second by McLaughlin. Call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Thank
Okay.
you.
The next item will be taken up is M4. Would you read that, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, item M4 is to discuss and approve an extension of the time period for convening of the Richmond Reimagining Public Safety Task Force as currently constituted until the end of fiscal year 2024, and that is until June 30th, 2024, to allow for more implementation work and review of initiatives as they are implemented.
This item was submitted by Council members McLaughlin and Willis. Would one of you like to introduce it?
I'm happy to begin, and Councilmember Willis, feel free afterward to say any further comments.
I'll let
So-
you go and then pick up after you.
Okay, great. So on June 30th, 2020, the City Council, as comprised at that time, heard an item that called for the creation of a task force to reevaluate how we prioritize funding for public safety. As stated in that agenda report, a recent movement of people nationally and residents locally are calling on municipalities to reevaluate how we prioritize funding for public safety. This movement correctly asks municipalities like Richmond to consider how large police budgets take resources away from more preventative programs and how some percentage of the services police provide can be provided more efficiently and compassionately through community-based programs. Now, when the task force was created in 2020, the mayor recommended that each member of the city council nominate 3 members of the public to the task force, thus appointing a total of 21 individuals. Council members were encouraged to nominate individuals who are active in various community organizations. Now, we are grateful for the hard work of all the members of the task force, which has worked diligently in conducting research and developing recommendations for the current city council to consider. And in June of 2021, the city council approved a modified recommendations after some discussion happened with staff and city council and the task force. So the modified recommendations were approved by the city council, and they included expanding our Office of Neighborhood Safety, bolstering investment in youth employment, increasing services and solutions for unhoused residents, and creating a non-police mental health crisis response program. And this was all part of our budgetary approvals for the fiscal year 2022 budget. And now an extension was recently approved by the city council of the time period for the task force until September 30th, 2021, to allow the task force members to work with city staff on implementation of the various initiatives. These initiatives need more work in terms of their initial implementation, as well as ongoing reviews of the programs once they are implemented. So this item seeks to extend the time frame till the end of fiscal year 2024 to provide for full implementation and to assure that ongoing reviews and updates will occur. I heard people talk about wanting updates on various initiatives. That is what we will get from the task force. After extending it, we'll have periodic updates. Now, when and if resignations occur, replacements should be made by the appropriate member of the council who initially made the original appointment, or if a former city council member made the initial appointment, then one of the new council members should make the appointment after a resignation. Now, the cities of Oakland and Berkeley have similar approaches, including allowing each member of their city council to make appointments to their task forces. And they also have a multi-year approach to keeping such task forces in place. You really need that multi-year approach to continue to review the programs and get updates and, make sure the implementation is fully in place and working well. So in sum, this item that we are bringing forward at this point in time seeks to keep the same process in place with an expanded time period for the task force to continue its important work. We know that public safety is a broad topic, and in the past, we have had prevention programs that have worked so well. This is expanding that approach. We know that it can't all be put on the police. We had this discussion for years, and now we want to keep this discussion going, knowing that public safety is a broad topic, and it is not just for the police, it's for prevention programs. And I want to thank the task force and, say that it's important that we extend their time period for continuing to implement, review, and update. And that's all I have, Councilmember Willis.
Well, yeah, I don't have much more to add other than the fact that one thing that I heard before we even decided what we wanted to do on these recommendations from folks that were commenting on this is, for as controversial as this is, I know the community is divided on that, so I just want to acknowledge both sides in the middle on this issue, despite where I stand personally and the community members that I've worked with that feel the same way about prevention and investing in the community as another way of public safety and not just policing. But one of the things that did come up profoundly was that this task force isn't just going to put forward these recommendations to council and be like, okay, bye. And I don't think that that is appropriate. If we're moving forward and taking this reimagined public safety seriously and the recommendations that got put forward, then the task force itself does need to be a part of that implementation. It does need to consistently reach out to more community members, neighborhood councils, and other stakeholder groups. And it does need to reach out to more expertise and do more consistent outreach on the different recommendations that are being put forward, because at the end of the day, this is about our public safety and what are we doing to actually keep communities safe. And in order to do that, we need to make sure that the task force who is putting this together is actually a part of that process ongoing. This isn't one of those things that can just fall and flounder and we just let it go. We need to make sure that if we're pushing for this, if we're really dedicated to public safety, then that task force who put forward these recommendations, who did all that research, also needs to be a part of the implementation stage and meeting with other experts to make sure that this goes off and that our communities can feel invested in and safe. So that's why I think it's important to extend the Reimagined Public Safety Task Force. And thank you, Councilmember McLaughlin, for taking the lead and putting this item forward. And I'm happy to co-sponsor it.
Great.
Other questions from council members? I don't see any. I have one question for the city attorney. In the staff report, there are several passages where it says, it talks about council members making appointments. And it's my understanding that according to our charter, it's the mayor's prerogative to make appointments. When this first came out, and I believe Councilor McLaughlin spoke accurately about it, she said that council members nominated appointees, and then the mayor appointed them. So going forward, I believe that's still the process that has to happen. Is that right, city attorney?
That is my understanding of the process that did occur. Is your question what the process was?
This staff report says, it says when and if resignations occur, replacements should be made by the appropriate member of the council who made the original appointment. Or if a former council member made the appointment, one of the new council members should make the appointment. And So I just want to be sure that, this passes, that people understand that appointments are made by the mayor, and the mayor can take into consideration council members' recommendations, but council members under our charter cannot make these appointments directly.
That's correct.
Okay. Did I see your hand up, Councilmember Bates?
Yeah, I wanted to follow up on that because the charter is very clear. Council members, even though we may have 6 of the 7 council members that insist upon one individual or a individual being appointed to a board and commission, we do not have that authority. The authority lies and rests with the mayor. So the big hypothetical question is to the city attorney, in the event that this council chooses to proceed with extending this committee and extending the nominations, and the mayor refuses to acquiesce and refuse to appoint anyone, where do we stand legally?
You're muted, Teresa.
So why don't you give me a couple of minutes? I'm going to go back and look at the charter again before I answer that question. So if you want to continue with your questions, and then I can let you know when I take a look. But I do want to take a quick look at this to confirm before I speak.
Okay, any other questions from council members? I don't see any. I'm sure we have public speaker. Go ahead, Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, city attorney, could you look at, like, because this was created a task force, not a commission or committee, so this is why it was able to be in this way. So I just wanted to make sure that we have that, you take that into consideration.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Yeah, thank you.
Let me take a look. If there's not a clear answer, my suggestion would be that we perhaps move this 1 week, and then I'll get a clear answer to you, but let me see if I can get that quickly.
Well, okay. I just want to be, we're all fairly intelligent. We read the charter. When the mayor position was enacted, I was part of the group that supported much of it. And I'll tell you, it's very clear. No appointee in the city of Richmond on any board or commission or task force or whatever is authorized without the mayor's placing the name before the council for full approval. Mayor McLaughlin, you know that. And I don't know why you're not speaking out, because you were part and you read the charter just like all of us. And you were the mayor, and you know for a fact, no one can appoint anyone to any board or commission without first coming through the mayor and from the mayor, even though we may have 6 votes. And I don't know why you are hesitant and not speaking out, having served 8 years as the mayor.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes, I just want to say that, yes, that's true that in terms of most or, predominantly all, with exceptions. And there is precedent. First of all, Mayor Butt did make a statement that each council member can appoint or can bring forward through the mayor's office. And he did accept 3 nominated appointees from each council member at the time. And there is a precedent from when I was mayor. Actually, it went before me. It started with Mayor Anderson. with the General Plan Advisory Committee, where each member of the council, Mayor Anderson said, we're going to do this in a different way. We're going to have each member of the council appoint a certain number of members of this advisory commission. And I continued that process when I was mayor because the general plan process took several years. And so I continued to allow for council members to make their appointments. And it was, you know, for certain bodies, it makes sense for a mayor to allow that process to happen. And I think that Mayor Butt allowed it to happen in 2020 in this case. And I just would like to see it continue.
But the bottom line is, and you're not saying it, is that the prerogative of the mayor. You volunteered to do it. Mayor Anderson volunteered to do it, but you didn't have to do it. And if you chose not to do it, nothing we could have done about it. So it's still at the prerogative of the mayor. And it's up to Mayor Butt to indicate whether he will support a continuation of this. And if he refuses to support a continuation, we're wasting our time, energy, and effort in discussing it.
Councilor Willis, you got a hand up?
Yeah, I was only just going to comment on my recollection on how this came about. Now, I know when the task force was first brought about, Vice Mayor Johnson and Councilmember Myrick at the time is the one that wanted to put this forward after hearing from the community. And there was actually a debate as to whether or not how this structured was going to be laid out. And Laura, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I do remember you saying that you wanted there to be structure and have some sort of mechanism because it is a task force. So should a mechanism be that each council member has like up to 3 appointees for the task force that we put forward, and then we just left it at that. Now, me personally, I was against that because similar to us having a homeless task force, that's not an appointed body. It's a task force that's open to the public for people who care about homelessness, who want to get involved. And, you know, it was a city council decision way back when that was a process that we were going to adopt. Now, in terms of how the mayor came in and played a part on these appointees hitting the task force, honestly, I didn't go that deep. I just knew that was my duty after we passed the item to put 3 names forward. And that's how I've been operating. And I think that was the simplest way of operating. And I will say once again that I know that this issue has been controversial as hell, to where we and we will hear people call for the disbandment of the task force altogether. And I know not all the council members feel the same way. So I just wanted to address that out loud. But under my impression and how I would like to see this put forward is that each member of the council has 3 appointees moving forward. And if the city manager wants to correct me on my history at all in terms of her suggestions, or she doesn't have to say anything, feel free to.
Well, I think we ought to move this forward. This is a fight we can have in the future. I mean, you guys are going to pass this, and right now, you know, there are no appointments to be made. So let's don't worry about it tonight. We got a lot of business to do, and it's not worth fighting about this.
I know we have a lot of public speakers. We do want to hear.
Right. I'd like to go, if somebody doesn't have anything else critical. Councilor Martinez, you have your hand up, but you're muted. I can't hear you.
I have some comments to make, but I'll wait till after the speakers.
Okay, let's call public speakers, Madam Clerk.
Okay, it looks like we have 22 public speakers, 23.
How many? I didn't hear you. You're muted.
Sorry, Clerk, you're muted.
Sorry. The list is growing. We have 26 speakers right now. And Sabrina, can you please call the speakers?
Well,
Yes.
let me just say, I'd like to ask the speakers to be brief. You know, it's almost 9 o'clock. We've still got things on the agenda. We all know how this is going to end. So I'm just asking people to try to be brief.
I think they had 2 minutes to speak, and this is the right for them. So I just wanted to say that.
The first group of speakers are Elsa Stevens, Jacqueline Thalberg, Laura, Lisa Johnson, Oscar Garcia, Steve Bischoff, Deborah Bayer, Madeline Law, Floyd Andrews, Garland Ellis. Elsa Stevens, you'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. To promote Richmond's economic health and most importantly, public safety, 1,000 new jobs for youth were promised. If Richmond is going to have new youth jobs like lifeguards, library assistants, library storytellers and puppeteers for story time, muralists, bicycle repair apprentices, bicycle tour guides, after-school tutors, urban tilth farmer guides, special event staffers like audiovisual roadies and cater waiters, then it makes sense to continue to convene the Richmond Reimagined Public Safety Task Force, at least until June 2024. Thank you.
Can I start?
Next speaker.
Yeah.
Jacqueline.
Yeah, my name is Jacqueline Thalberg. Councilmember McLaughlin and Melvin Willis already said it anyway, but it is important that the task force that put forth the proposals which were voted on can continue their work in the form of implementation and helping to provide the city and the staff with important necessary help and support the city staff also when problems arise. This is an important transition that was voted on, and I think it's really important that the task force be maintained for the next 3 years to basically complete something that was started. So I hope that happens. Just one thing aside, this whole thing with appointment, it sounded to me like Councilmember Bates meant that actually the mayor could withdraw appointments, which would actually probably mean that the task force could be immobilized. I hope that is not the case. I'm curious to see what the city says to that, but I would really hope that you vote to continue the task force for another 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Laura. You'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Laura Thomas. I'm a Richmond resident, and I support extending the Richmond Reimagining Public Safety Task Force. I think the work they have done so far is exemplary, and it makes me feel safer in my home and in my community. As someone who suffers from mania as a result of my bipolar disorder, I have been 5150'd and taken from my home in handcuffs 3 times because there were no better options to my family to help support me in a mental health crisis. I believe my situation would be better handled by mobile crisis units and mental health care providers rather than handcuffs. My hope is that with this continued support of the task force and continued successful implementation, we might be able to Richmond could offer a mobile crisis unit that would change how I personally am impacted during my manic episodes that hopefully I will not continue to have, working really hard on it. But things happen, and I'd rather it be a mobile health crisis unit rather than police. And I believe that is one of the things that Richmond Reimagining Public Safety is working towards. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lisa Johnson. You'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. I'm speaking against extending the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force for another 3 years. Reimagining public safety has always been a worthy discussion to have, a necessary one. We have also invested significant capital in our police force, including the most important aspect, the human level. And everyone is in agreement that we should continue to improve the training, accountability, and transparency of RPD. However, the RPA 5 council members and the majority members on the task force have treated this entire process as an either-or situation when it isn't. Some task force members displayed intolerance towards anyone that expressed a difference of opinion or who challenged their positions and beliefs. This is not conducive to the safety of our community or passing effective policy. The community, both residents and businesses, were dismissed. When they spoke up, we were repeatedly told we weren't being truthful. What the RPA 5 council members continue to fail to recognize is that you can't pass balanced and effective policy when you refuse to involve all key stakeholders from the beginning, including RPD and the community, as well as the members of city staff who will be in charge of implementing and ultimately enforcing recommendations. It just doesn't work that way. And we all know that the RPA 5 council members will pass whatever they want, irrespective of a majority community voice, and at the risk of destroying a nationally acclaimed community police force that will take years, if not decades, to fix. And sadly, that is down the path that we are already headed down, and it's a travesty. And you guys really just don't care because you're just more concerned with passing your ideology and your rhetoric and not listening to the community, despite routinely saying, we listen. You don't. You do not listen. Good night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Oscar Garcia. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Oscar Garcia. I'm born and raised in the Iron Triangle, and I'm calling in to show or to request that the Reimagine Public Safety Task Force not be extended. As you probably may know, the Iron Triangle is taking the brunt of the defunding of the police. We had another homicide over the weekend. Is that reimagining public safety? Over the weekend, outside agencies had to help RPD respond to the shootings over the weekend. Is that reimagining public safety? And I'm hearing now that only a handful of detectives will be working at RPD trying to solve the unsolved homicides. How will this help the families that are trying to get closure and trying to seek justice? Is this reimagining public safety? So instead of the city being so focused on defunding the police and creating more instability, it should try to focus on some of the higher priorities, such as the issues with the budget, the issues with homelessness, and other issues related to COVID. So I really would like the city to refocus on things that actually do have an impact on everyday, a positive impact on everyday residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Steve Bischoff. You'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Yes, hi. I'm asking you actually to take this item and put it on the table. You know, there's some work that needs to be done before this task force is extended. One is to look at what the impact so far has been on the police department, because you know you did a $3 million budget cut basically to eliminate 12 vacant positions. Since then, what's happening with the police department is because you know people are smart enough to understand things are going on in the background there, is that with uncertainty about funding and the lack of commitment of the council to the Richmond Police Department, 9 officers so far have decided to leave for other departments. There's no reason to think this won't continue. A number of the recommendations from the task force, such as having a new and separate entity provide crisis intervention services, will take some time to implement. And part of that time actually is, I don't know what you guys are doing about it, but you have to consult with the county. The county is legally responsible for crisis intervention services, especially for mentally ill people. And it would not be okay just to go ahead and do it yourself because you want to. A number of the other things that have been augmented by the task force recommendations, such as ONS, definitely have an impact, but it's not a matter of right away having an impact. so that, I think you have to think about what's supposed to be happening in the meantime. And I think, a number of people have said, and I think I agree with it, is you're not really listening to all the public on this thing, and you need to do that. It's time to really reach out to people who are not represented on the task force, but are members of the committee, and get their sense of where we're at. And also to make sure there really is explicit feedback from the police department and also the fire department, since they end up doing part of this kind of stuff anyway. So hope you'll table that item and do some work in the meantime. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Deborah Baer. Deborah, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hi, thank you. My name is Debbie Baer. I'm just calling in to say I support extending the work of the task force. I understand that it is controversial, but I am really impressed that Richmond was able, with the support of the city council, to go forward into the future. We don't have to repeat the past. And in the past, there were murders also. Having a large police force doesn't necessarily mean you're not going to have crime, you're not going to have murders. So to blame any recent murders on the fact that vacant positions were not filled is kind of silly. I hope we can come together as a community and agree that this is a good thing someday. But I feel listened to, and so if you don't feel listened to, I think that, okay, the task force we should have more discussion, more public discussion. But we can't go back into the past. This is the future that we're stepping onto, and it's complicated, and that's why the task force needs to continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Madeline Law. Madeline, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff. My name is Madeline Law, and I'm a Richmond resident in Park Plaza. And I'm a member of the Richmond Neighborhoods for Safer Community. I say abolish the Public Safety Task Force. It's time for you as City Council to start thinking for yourselves. You're supposed to be the leaders of this city. Prove it. Discontinue the task force and show the Richmond residents you are worthy of your positions. You don't need think tanks. We can start off with you cleaning up our trashy streets and rehiring our police officers so we can feel safe on our streets. Our city is going in the toilet while you are sitting on your thrones. It's time for you to do your jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Floyd Andrews. You'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Good evening, I'm Floy Andrews. I'm a Richmond resident. Well, I've been so impressed with what the task force has brought to the city. And I think one of the real successes is the fact that it's such a diverse body and that it's been appointed by all of the different city council members. We do have diverse representation from the city, and the task force came up with some very impressive and workable recommendations for public safety in our city. So I definitely support extending its term. Also, when I look at the charter, it doesn't say anything about task forces. It talks about boards, commissions, and committees. This is not a board, a commission, or a committee. It's a task force. And as such, the mechanism for appointment should remain. So hopefully you all will vote to extend the task force. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Garland Ellis. You'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Garland Ellis. I'm a 66-year resident of this city. I've grown up here, gone to school here, worked here, and involved in community outreach in this city. I'm against the extension of the committee or whatever group you wish to call it. This recommendation was called a movement. This movement has not worked in cities back east and even locally. There's been an increase in crime, and many cities have wished to reverse their decisions to go this direction. Yet none of this is brought out in the report. The task force does not have the experience to make decisions other than recommendations. The city has people in management. We do not need a committee to do the management for the city. I'm afraid that this committee will become a micromanagement project. Why is a committee trying to become a city commission and go on forever? There are state laws that regulate how commissions have authority and power within cities. We need to look at that. The mayor should be able to not accept a nomination. That is his purview as mayor. Oftentimes, though, they go along with the council and accept them all. But he should have the power to say no if he deems it's necessary. The city needs to start spending money on infrastructure, not social programs. We do not need to follow a social or an RPA agenda.
The time has expired. Thank you. Next speaker is Mark Wasberg, followed by Alex Mazowit, Helen Barnett, Don Gosney, Michael Blixen, Andrea Soto, Marisol Cantu, Jane Courant, and Eli Moore, and Sarah Cantor. Mark, you'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
You hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I went down to Castro, down at that homeless camp, and I took pictures and videos. And I'm gonna post it up on the internet. There's a 5-year-old child parked right by the pile of garbage where they have human and dog shit there, and pile of garbage and flies everywhere. You have abandoned cars. You have a bunch of criminals and gangsters hanging out there. Now the place looked like a third world country. There's no running water. There's no electricity. There's nowhere that child could take a bath. She's living in squalor. She's living in a third world country. And I'm surprised that the protection agency did not go out there and pull that child, because I'm going to post everything up on the internet. It doesn't matter what happens. The RPA is going to pass it, or is going to pass it. As the people are dying in the streets and these children are starving at these homeless camps, McLaughlin's trying to push her stupid ass committee on think that she's going to save the world and she's going to save Richmond. You heard what the police chief said. Shootings, robbery, crime has skyrocketed because the stupid ass McLaughlin wants to follow some radical agenda that most of the cities in the United States is doing. They're all doing this because just after the Floyd incident, all this started because after the Floyd incident, and now our country's going all to hell because you got these radical idiots, especially this psycho bitch McLaughlin and her RPA is out there trying to change the world. That's why the people of Richmond is going to be suffering. There's going to be more violence, and these children are going to be at these homeless camps. They can't even go to school. You have you got a bus to stop at this homeless camp to take them to school? Go down there and look for yourself. The RPA hasn't did a damn thing. This task force ain't nothing but a fucking joke.
Your time's expired. Thank you. Next speaker is Alex Mazowit. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Alex Mazowit, Richmond resident. In my opinion, we should indeed extend the task force's time in office for all the reasons Council members McLaughlin and Willis gave a few minutes ago. I'd like to add that the effects of this task force cannot be fully understood, neither now nor in the near future. To have solid, reliable data on safety in our city, we need this task force to continue its work way past September 30th of this year. Also, the task force members already have a thorough grasp of the issues at hand, and thus they will be the perfect group of devoted experts to study, review, and evaluate future data so that they can update recommendations and or make new ones in full knowledge of Richmond's safety history. I also would like to say that if the task force leaves now, there will no longer be in the city of Richmond an organization in defense of an independent and compassionate, community-oriented, socially equitable safety infrastructure in Richmond. If the task force is dismantled too soon, our city as a whole will not be able to stand on its own without the police union pressuring us to rely almost entirely on the Richmond Police Department to do community and social work that is not the role of the police to do in the first place. If the task force is dismantled too soon, it will create an imbalance in the city of Richmond power structure, one that will endanger the fairness of decision-making in our city and jeopardize equitable representation of all racial and socio-economic groups. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hulan Barnett. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I want to start off by saying, first of all, I'm proud of the folks who came out tonight to speak from both sides, because I think the problem is complicated. One, I'm not a fan of the task force, but on the other hand, and I'll tell you end with that reason why I'm not a fan, but the Richmond Police Department does have a history of doing some bad stuff. So just looking at the Richmond Police Department and police departments throughout the United States, I don't feel sorry for them. And they had a chance to try to fix the problems here. So I'm not going to feel sorry for the police department. I don't, sorry. But on the other hand, when I look at, and more of my question goes to this body. Do you guys ever really walk the streets of Richmond and see what goes on to get a sense and a feel of what the city's like and to see what people live in their day-to-day lives? And I think the one incident that happened, and it happened in Oakland, but it happens on my street, Moyers Road in Richmond. It happened this past weekend when a drunk driver ran a red light and cleaned out this family in their minivan. And on my street, they oftentimes vehicles average up to 40 and 50 miles an hour. So my problem is this: you're going to do what you're going to do. I can't really worry about that, but I am sending this message to you. If that's my family that gets hurt, I'm going to get retaliation. I want somebody to die and pay a price. And the board members, I don't feel sorry for you. Mr. Bates might get cut a break. The other person, the women might be cut a break, but the men, you guys will pay a price. The women, your husbands will pay the price. Anybody else, I don't really care about, because if you guys don't understand the danger that we live with out here when we're just trying to do our day-to-day lives, then I really don't care about you. And so my whole attitude is that's the mode I'm going to live in. I'm going to be a good citizen, try to be the kindest person I can be. But when you hurt my family, I'm saying it's going to come back to you guys. And I don't care about being in Attica or wherever I got to be, or Pelican.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Our next speaker is Don Gosney. Don, you'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
As a member of the task force, I'm here tonight to advise you not to make the proposed extension. The task force is supposed to be made up of 21 members, with each member of the council nominating 3 task force members. In reality, the task force is now comprised of 8 members who meet in secret, without posted agendas, without minutes, without videos, and without community participation. They work in conjunction with members of city staff to find ways to implement the recommendations they brought before this council to defund the police and reallocate those funds to their projects. These select 8 task force members are working behind the backs of the city manager, the police chief, many members of this council, and the public. They then come before the full task force for a rubber stamp approval of their plans that they then share with the council as if it was a mandate of the task force. From the beginning, this task force has been secretive in their machinations. They broke up into 4 subcommittees where their meetings were not announced to the full task force. There were no minutes, no agendas, no videos. Not only was the public not allowed to attend these meetings, some of the more outspoken task force members weren't even allowed fellow task force members to attend. Without a doubt, my thoughts making our community safer differed dramatically from theirs. As a result, I was not allowed to join any of these subcommittees, nor was I allowed to sit in. At our task force meetings, it was not unusual for other task force members to use vulgarities at the public meetings, and several task force members wrote in the chat that no one had wanted to hear what I had to say, that I should shut up, that I was not welcome. At one meeting of the council, a task force member spoke after I did, and for all intents and purposes, called me a liar when he disagreed with me. As it stands right now, much of what the Select 8 is doing is working with staff to find ways to use even more police funds at a later date to implement their projects. This group is doing the work of the council without having benefit of having been elected by the people. Even among the task force members, this proposal was only passed with a majority of 1, not exactly a mandate. The task force meetings are contentious with little effort to find common ground. If you disagree with them, they use middle school bully tactics to try to silence those members that aren't members of the Cool Kids Club.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Blitzen. You'll have 2 minutes. You may begin. Michael, you'll have 2 minutes. You may begin. Please unmute yourself.
Hello. Hi there. This is Michael Glickson. I'm a resident of Richmond. I am calling in tonight to express my strong support for continuing the task force. This is a major undertaking that our majority of city council members were willing to take on. And this is a movement that's happening all across the country, and Richmond is one of the cities that is trying to make this happen. And honestly, I have a hard time with the sky is falling because $3 million was taken from the police department's budget. Again, originally it was going to be 10 million, and that didn't fly, and we understand that. So we're making progress. It would not make sense to pull the plug on this task force at this time. So please keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andre Soto. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to remind us all that this task force came about as a result of recognizing the issues of the Black Lives Matter existed in Richmond. And the effort to call for this task force was largely led by young people of color, young African Americans and Latinos, as well as 2 African American city council members, J.L. Myrick and Demlis Johnson. And that the task force itself is extremely diverse because of the ability of all the council members to appoint members to the task force, including the RPOA president, a former RPOA president, and other supporters of the police department. So all voices were being heard. There were numerous public meetings, town halls that were held to deal with the issues, and we listened to all members of the community. And, you know, trying to blame the recommendations of the task force for a spike of crime here, a spike of crime there. And I'm not diminishing the impact of these crimes, but blaming it on the task force is intellectually dishonest. The task force is not responsible. The task force makes recommendations. The city council makes decisions, but it's just as equally irresponsible to say that more police would prevent those crimes. And crime and violence is really the result of poverty and inequality. And until we address those issues, the police will never be able to solve the problems. And we end up with a prison industrial complex that is notorious around the world, and especially here in California. So thank you. And I urge you to adopt the measure to extend the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Maricel Cantu. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Marisol Cantu. I am a 3rd generation Richmond resident, and I have walked the streets of Richmond all of my life through neighborhoods, and I currently am a resident in District 3. And I have been a victim of RPD's excessive use of force in my younger days, hanging out with Black and brown folks, being harassed by RPD. And I am now a city member on the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force, trying to reimagine a public system that doesn't harm our community but actually addresses the root causes of poverty, of violence, of racial disparities in our community. And right now, there is so much work to be done in the name of Black Lives Matter and to continue to reimagine a public safety system that is not just for a few, but for everybody. And so I do want to address really quickly a couple of the comments made by another task force member. Our meetings are open to the public. We have an implementation committee that meets and is collaboratively working with the city manager, city staff, with the police chief, with the chief of fire. And we are working on doing community conversations. We've been 2 months working diligently. 350 youth have been placed and are working. 2 new city employees are helping and being hired as we speak through these implementations. And so it would behoove us to extend the task force so we can continue the implementation process and continue reimagining public safety in our city.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jan Courant. You'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Yes, good evening. I want to speak in favor of continuing this task force, which has done wonderful work, has done some very in-depth research. It seems crazy to think that this kind of reimagining can happen in just a few months. I think it's time for our city, just like the rest of our country, to understand you can't arrest your way to safety. It's failed. It's ruined too many lives. As someone who's done work in prisons for a number of years, this is a racial justice issue. There is no question about it. And unless we start really looking at the roots of violence and what makes people turn to substance abuse, crime, and other things that harm others as well as themselves, we're not going to get anywhere. We must continue this work. It's difficult, yes, but we must do it. And I applaud all of the work that has gone on so far. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, babe.
Next speaker is Eli Moore. You'll have 2 minutes. You may begin. Eli? Please unmute yourself. You may
Hi,
begin.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'm calling to express support for the task force work. I think that it's amazing actually to have such a dedicated group of volunteers who are doing all this research, community engagement, working with city staff, like really doing a lot of the hard work of systems change, and they're taking on, transformation of one of the most entrenched systems in this country, which is policing. And it's going to be a long-term process. And I want to point out a couple things. So one is the RPD budget this year is actually more than it was last year. It's $3 or $4 million more than it was last year. And part of what seems to be going on is that the mayor and the police union and others have had such sensational claims about the sky is falling that people are actually believing it. And I wonder if that's actually why some of the police officers are leaving, because they drank their own Kool-Aid or they listened to their own union boss about how terrible things were going to be. Did they sign up in order to respond to the mental health calls that are now going to be going to the community crisis response program? Is that why they became police? Is that why they want to leave now? I don't think so. I think they signed up to solve crimes and to do, the work of traditional police. And so I think there's a lot of misinformation, and it's actually coming back to bite the police force. And we need to trust the process and support this and stop just spreading lies. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sarah Cantor, followed by Deborah Lewis Chacon, Ann Jenks, Jenny Herrera, Jamie McBean, Tarnell Abbott, Evelyn Perez, and Kimberly Berry. Sarah Cantor, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Sarah, and I am a community member who is supporting the implementation of the programs that were put forth in the task force recommendations. And I wanted to respond to a few. I'm fully in support of extending the task force through the end of fiscal year 2024. And wanted to just drop some numbers for the group. So looking at the budget, last year the budget of the police was $67.6 million. This year it is 71.3. That's much higher than it was last year. Also last year they didn't even spend their whole budget, and so whatever is going on, it's not due to a defunding. No defunding has happened. Were vacant positions that have continued to not be filled. And also at the time that the recommendations were being voted on, those of you from the neighborhood councils and others who opposed the task force's recommendations specifically asked for a long implementation period, to have less money taken from the police force and to really take our time with these measures. And that's exactly what happened. You won in that respect. Less money was taken from the force, only, again, $0 because they got more money. And we are taking our time with the implementation. So give us that time that you asked for. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Deborah. Deborah, please state your last name for the record. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, please state your last name for the record.
My name is Deborah Small. I'm a Richmond resident. I'm a senior. I'm a custodial grandparent. I'm a member of the district's African American Student Achievement Executive Committee, and I'm very invested in the success of Richmond. I'm also a proud member of the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force. And I say all of that in introduction because there's been a lot of conversation about the task force not being representative of the Richmond community and not being populated by people who care about this city, its past, present, and future. I want to say how happy I am to be able to work with so many other committed residents of the city who really care about its future, who listen to the community, who are committed to making this a better city for everyone, regardless of their political views. And I want to say how saddened I am by the fact that the people who don't believe in the values and the proposals that the task force puts forward will not debate us on the merits. They don't argue whether or not the proposals are good for the city. They don't argue about whether or not they're well thought out and well researched. It's constant smears. It's constant personal attacks. It's denigrating language that, quite frankly, is disrespectful of anyone, regardless of their political affiliation or viewpoint. And I expect better from my fellow residents. I expect better from my political leaders who are willing to tolerate that kind of language out of the thought that somehow it's going to provide political gain. I don't see this work as being one about winning and losing or one party or another. I'm doing this for my grandson. I'm doing this for his friends. I'm doing this for my neighbors because I believe that Richmond is a great city and I want to see it become even better. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Louis Chacon. You'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. I appreciate all of our council members and all the speakers showing out today. I think it really highlights and shows just the passion and the care that so many of us have for our community. And I think that's what makes this issue just such an important one. And I think that makes more clear the need for extending the task force beyond its original deadline. I think our community clearly deserves better. Our community deserves the best. And as we've tried to do that, not only as members of the task force, but the community at large, it becomes clear that there's still a lot of work left to do. Public safety policies up to this point, unfortunately, just clearly have not worked out and continue to not work. There's a lot of pain that continues to be in the community and to show itself in different ways. And I think with the initial recommendations that the task force put forward and really like working with community to finalize those recommendations, and as we move through implementation, it's going to be important to continue to engage with community members and really work together for a better Richmond, for young folks, for our elders, and everybody in between. So I really look forward to continuing to work not only with our council members, with all the speakers that are speaking tonight, and definitely with everybody that unfortunately can't join us at this council meeting tonight. So I close out just saying I support extending the task force, and I really look forward to continuing this work. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ann Jenks. You'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Good evening. My name is Ann Jenks, and I'm with Faith in Action East Bay, an organization made up of congregations throughout Alameda and Contra Costa County. We believe deeply in community, in bringing people together in dialogue, and as such, on such an important issue as public safety, we strongly support continuing the task force so that more community members can be more involved and there can be more dialogue, more research on these complex community issues. I just wanted to add that crime has been impacted in communities across the country. We talk to our federations in other parts of the US, and whether there has been a conversation about reimagining policing, or whether policing has been completely and unequivocally supported in its traditional form during COVID. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Good night.
Our next speaker is Jenny Herrera. You'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jenny Hera. I'm a Richmond resident, and I'm here to advocate for the extension of the Reimagine Richmond Community Task Force. So having grown up in Richmond, San Pablo, I have seen the stark differences between my teenage years versus now. Regardless of what side we're on, I think we can all agree that there were not these many encampments. And we must also recognize that there is no way police officers can combat this issue. So similar to what was said earlier in terms of you cannot arrest your way out of many of these issues. You cannot arrest yourself out of homelessness. The status quo is to keep police officers to feed into this prison industrial complex, right? To incarcerate those that are homeless and are unsheltered. So I will say that the task force has brought about solutions for reimagining safety for all. In terms of what makes me safe, what makes my community safe, it is increasing mental health workers, it's increasing youth job programs, it's increasing community services and not police presence. And I'll also say too that if there's anything this pandemic has taught us is that we're all interconnected. So the pain and suffering of our incarcerated brothers and sisters also affect us too. We are all interconnected. We're all, like one issue impacts another. So with that being said, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jamie McBean. You'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. My name is Jamie McBean, and I am calling with full support for extending the tenure of the Public Safety Task Force. The work is extremely important for the community, and just wanted to get that out there first. one thing that I think needs to be said and really internalized, that has become pretty clear is misunderstood in this conversation that we've had so far, is that public safety is more than just policing. I'll say that again. Public safety is more than just policing. And a lot of the opponents of the work of the task force seemingly equate crime and safety with a police presence. And over the past year and longer, in a lot of cases, it's very clear if you listen that safety for people in a community is not just tied to police presence. And even in the work that this task force has worked so hard to put in front of the city council and to get approved, you're seeing different ways of addressing public safety in the community, giving youth chances to work in different places in the city, looking at different ways of addressing the root causes of crime, and looking at ways to handle mental health. And the police don't have to be the center of that and shouldn't be the center of that. And it's clear that over this past year, there's still a lot of education that needs to happen in the community to get that point across and figure out ways to make sure that programs are being implemented to make sure that that point gets across and the community is safer. So let's keep the work going. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker is Tarnell Abbott. You'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Tarnell Abbott, Richmond resident. I guess having worked in the city for 22 years and lived in the city for, I don't know, 30 years or so, you know, I have to say that I'm not naive and Pollyanna-ish, but I do not generally feel threatened. And I do walk around in a lot of the neighborhoods, actually. I do a lot of community work. An ounce of prevention is what I think is important here. And the reimagining public safety is about setting up programs of prevention. And I really value that. I think that the committee should be, or task force should be allowed to continue their work. You can't have the kind of sea change that is the goal of this entity without giving it a fair amount of time to meet its goals and to see the work through. So I would encourage you to let it continue. And I would remind you, as usual, that the library is one of the places of prevention, as is recreation and parks. And when those parts of our city got gutted, we lost a good amount of youth, and you got to build those back up, and that's part of the plan. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Evelyn Perez. You'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Good evening. Could you hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Evelyn Perez, a Richmond resident and faith leader. I am in support of extending the work and term of the task force. There has been open and inviting conversation to discuss and address the issues that are causing violence in our community at the meetings with the task force. The proposals brought forth by the task force are imagining the well-being and public safety of not only some, but all residents of Richmond. I believe we continue to work together and understand that implementation will take time. I am in full support of the extension of the task force. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kimberly Berry, followed by Philip, Jan McNeely, Gary, Roxanne Garza, and our last speaker will be Eddie Chacon. Kimberly, you'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Thank you. And just to clarify for the record, this is actually Brendan Boland. Kimberly Berry's, this is my wife's account, so apologies for the mix-up. But I wanted to speak in support of the extension of the Reimagine Public Safety Task Force. I think Richmond took a historic step in 2020 by voting for the task force existence and creating progressive policies dedicated to a safety plan that meets our entire community's needs. This past week, I've met with members and organizers and participants of some of the community organizations that have been identified as potential partners, such as Safe Organized Spaces, who plan to create transitional villages to offer a safe, organized place for our unsheltered residents. YouthWorks, which intends to expand up to 1,000 youth for their first employment opportunities and other kind of experiences to broaden their horizons around work. The Rise Center and ONS, which creates safe spaces for our youth from all backgrounds to heal, mentor each other, with growth. And the Community Crisis Response Program, which I think is a really innovative and alternative approach to supporting our community members in crisis, and members from our community who live in our community that are well-versed in de-escalation as an approach. So I just want to encourage the city council today that it's not simply enough to vote to create the task force, but it's just as vital to give enough time to make sure that our members have the ability to design the program to meet our needs, to evaluate and implement, and then to iterate before we choose to move forward and move past this. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Philip. Philip, you'll have 2 minutes. Please state your last name for the record.
Hi, this is Philip Rosenthal again, back from the polls. I just wanted to make a few quick points about this. First and foremost, the council has presented this as an either-or situation. It is completely possible to continue and grow social services and preventative services while not hobbling our police force. And part of the reason or part of the way that would happen is to look at other places in the cities, including SEIU salaries, that could allow us the funding to do both things. But as long as a majority of our council actually reports to or is sponsored by the SEIU, it'll be a cold day in heck before they will even take $1 away from any budget anywhere in the city other than the police force. The second comment was by Chief French, who was referring to $18,000 worth of catalytic converters that were stolen in our neighborhood alone in 2 hours recently as a, quote, quality of life issue that she doesn't have time to address. Yes, I do believe that quality of life is important. We should be able to live in the city without having our stuff stolen, and to ignore the fact that people of affluence can afford to replace those $3,000 catalytic converters while the constituents in less affluent areas certainly cannot is absurd. The last comment I had was referring to the earlier person who referred to puppeteers at the library storytelling. That's delightful, but once again, it'll be a cold day in heck when a puppeteer can replace the police officer when there is somebody desperately in need right in front of your house.
Time has expired. Thank you. Our next speaker is Jan Mignoni. You'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Good evening, City Council. As you know, I'm not against what the task force came up with. I'm against where you got the money from. Homeless and mental health is county issues, not city. The county Measure X has what, $20 million, $80 million? Reach out and get that money. Use that. I am in support of of our police chief. She's been with this city for over 20 years. She has done whatever has been asked of her by this city, and we should stand behind her. You decided that she should be the police chief. Then why tie her hands? Why make her job much harder? Yes, you only cut 12 positions, but 9 more officers have left. So you might as well have just taken all $10 million and moved on. If you want to keep the task force, let's all get all new people in the task force. Let's get people that live within the city of Richmond. who live and work here, who do everyday things here, and who know what's going on in this city, not people who don't. It's very hard to get anything done if no one pays attention to what's going on. I hear from people every day, but you don't seem to think that that's important. You don't think to care. Half the people that called in were on the task force. They're the ones pushing to get this. I don't know what they get out of it. You're not getting any money.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Gary. Gary, you'll have 2 minutes. Please state your last name for the record. Gary, please unmute yourself. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Last name is Kirk, and I agree with the last lady. I don't disagree with what the task force is trying to accomplish, but beginning in the 2019 and 2020 budget, you were dealing with a bankruptcy issue and you balanced your budget on the back of the police department. And that began the process of people starting to leave. And then your $10 million threat just aggravated the situation. The police chief had no chance to be able to hire anybody because the RPA with the SIU backing has pretty much guaranteed the police department is a totally demoralized operation. And the way you've gone about trying to fund what is a very good thing is destroyed your police department. So you have a lot of credit for that. And I'm sure you don't want to take the credit for that. And you'll come up with all kinds of rationalizations. But unfortunately, that's where you're at. So we'll see what happens in the election round.
Thank you. Next speaker is Roxanne Garza. You'll have 2 minutes. You may begin. Roxanne, please unmute yourself. The next speaker will be Eddie Chacon. Eddie, you'll have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Good evening, everybody. My name is Eddie Chacon. I'm here to express my full support for the extension of the task force. I don't think it's fair to implement a task force and have it disappear a year or two later. I don't believe that that's how it's supposed to work. If we want to see strong progression, I think we need time to create robust programs that will allow the community to make use of the resources. We need to keep strategizing and listening to the community's needs in terms of reimagining public safety, as we have done in various discussion tables and in all the task force meetings. We need more listening and educational sessions. We need people that are willing to open their minds instead of closing them and turning their cheek. And I want to remind us to not forget the inception of policing that began with the slave patrols, and generations later we're in a time where Black and brown bodies are being incarcerated disproportionately at higher rates than whites. So it's most definitely a racial justice issue. And as mentioned before, we cannot continue incarcerating our way out. We need to keep listening to our youth, to our houseless neighbors and our most vulnerable communities. I appreciate the city council who created this task force, but I ask you that you continue the work and keep listening to the community which you serve. I yield my time.
Thank you. Lisa Cody, you'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Yes, hi. My name is Lisa Cody. I'm with SEIU 1021. We fully support the extension of the task force, and we believe that, well, number one, we also want to mention that the task force has been phenomenal in creating union jobs and making a huge effort to do so, to fill jobs in the city of Richmond, which is desperately needed. And for those callers who have been calling in and stating that, you know, the police force has been depleted and they haven't really looked at the budget or paid any attention to what's actually been going on. The police force was not cut, nor was the budget. Basically, 11 positions were frozen, and those positions weren't filled. And hadn't been filled. The police force has been down a number of positions for a long, long time that had nothing to do with Reimagine. So I wish these people would actually do their homework and actually look at the real numbers rather than creating their own statistics or creating their own realities. So we just want to thank the task force and thank the council for all the positive changes that are going to be made. And we do believe that it's vital that the task force have the time to help implement the changes that are going to be needed. And it's going to be an ongoing process that we believe can only happen if you have an ongoing input from the task force. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Roxanne Garza. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Good evening. My name is Roxanne Garza, and I'm calling to speak in support of the extension of the Reimagine Safety Task Force. You know, this is not the first time that the city of Richmond has led the way in thinking differently about public safety. I'll remind you that the Office of Neighborhood Safety and the work that went towards that is now really being considered a national model. And in fact, the new administration invited the founder of Advanced Peace to that table to talk about how to deal with this issue of violence across our country. And we are lifted up as a city which really did that work early on. We also have amazing work being done by Rubicon, the Reentry Success Center, RISE, and many others. I would say, you know, we're also really looked at in a positive light across our county for lifting up strategies that have changed what public safety can mean in the city. And so I want you to follow that legacy of taking bold steps and look at this task force as a model for what can be done over the next 3 years to deepen that work around public safety. And I encourage you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Phone caller ending with extension phone number 3618. Please unmute yourself. You have 2 minutes. Phone caller ending with 3618. You may begin.
Yes. Hello.
Yes.
I'm here. Are you there?
Yes. You may begin.
Hi. My name is Claudia Reynolds, and I've been listening diligently. I'm a member of ACE. I live here. I've been a Bay Area resident. I wasn't born here, but been here since 6. And I'm a 71-year senior. I live kind of feeling under the gun. Our land rent is constantly raising, and I'm not sure if they're going to raise it. Anyway, to make the point clear, I really want to have the task force going. What the men said, you cannot have the police, you got to take care of the homeless encampment. Now, there's people there that hang out in the library because they can get free internet. And I talked to them in that, but you can't, the crime is going up. Plus, also the building, Contra Costa Health Clinic, a lot of that, the doctor that was there, he had to leave. Recovery Innovations International, the county, you got rid of them. I don't know you per se, but it was closed. I mean, these were people of lower income and having emotional and et cetera problems. And they wanted help, and the program was closed. Now it's given to Putman Clubhouse, where they had mentors who had been through the issues, who were doing a lower level, but of a sense of the psychology and to help the people talk and learn to communicate and take respect for themselves and then with others. And that was that. So this thing about receptioning and everything, that's wonderful. But the problem is out there. The people are on the street. The seniors here in San Pablo have to deal with the fact of the rent. And, 8% is wonderful. At least it's that. But when you get...
Your time has expired. Thank you. And that was our last speaker. And that was our last speaker.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further comments from council members? Councilor Martinez.
Yes, thank you. I want to say that people claim that they're not listened to, but a lot of times I find that if I don't agree with someone, they think I didn't hear them. I did hear, I just disagree. But aside from that, I want to thank the task force for the work that they've done. They're performing an important civic duty for Richmond, and it's all volunteer. Someone mentioned that they don't know why they're doing it because they're not being paid for it. I can tell you why they're doing it. They're doing it because they love Richmond. They're doing it because they believe in equality. They believe in social justice. So I want to emphasize that despite the wide array of viewpoints on the task force, they've managed to build out robust policies. They're truly an impressive group of people. I'm amazed. Richmond residents felt the urgency for change in response to the brutal police murders we saw last year, especially. And the task force has been set up to address these horrors, and they're delivering on their mandate. I want to clarify a few points. These policies are not merely emotional responses to police misconduct. There's been substantial research that supports public health approach to policing. They have well thought out proposals, and these proposals are based on fact, as opposed to some of the people who are misquoting numbers to promote their position. So they're using established and effective community infrastructure with proven track records, ONS, YouthWorks, RISE. I see programs that's going to make our residents' lives safer, better, healthier, and more secure. And we have to reduce the unnecessary violent encounters between police and citizens. I view this work also as supporting Richmond police officers. Police officers tell us that they're overworked, overstressed. Decreasing police officer workloads increases the likelihood that they can solve violent crimes. Other staff can be responsible for nonviolent public safety matters and receive adequate funding for doing them. Then and only then can police focus on the felonies that truly threaten public safety, such as homicide. Finally, I want to emphasize the fact that we are not abandoning Richmond to violence. We are not closing the police department. In fact, we gave them more money. We are adding additional ways to prevent violence in Richmond. So we didn't reduce the budget, and we're taking away some of their responsibilities and giving them to other people. This is not an either or situation the way some people have said. It is not a fund gun violence prevention or a fund RPD. It's not a fund medical health services or fund RPD. The task force is saying and fund mental health, fund jobs, and fund the police. These policies are above all reinventing, reinvesting in our community. I don't believe that the only thing holding society together is the punitive and coercive intervention of policing. What I do believe is that communities of color have been systematically disinvested in and over-policed and criminalized. And the reason I know this is because Richmond residents have told me this. And communities of color across the country have been telling us this for decades. So we need to continue this work. We need thoughtful information. We need thoughtful implementation of the programs because we want them to succeed. It's like making ice cream with one of those hand cranks. You know, a lot of people are saying the ice cream's not for me, so let's stop. But we need to keep turning that crank until we get to a place that's safe, a place that's just, a place that makes us one Richmond as opposed to the disenfranchised and the power structure.
Okay, thank you. Claudia, you're next.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I am impressed by the commitment that all of the members of the task force have demonstrated, and the commitment that they want to continue this. And instead of sending letters to some community members or trying to criticize why the task force and say why the task force should not be continue because it doesn't allow the agenda that you want. We should celebrate that many community members, many residents, and many people who work and care about Richmond are willing to put their time, volunteer time, to help, as one of them said, to help to make sure that we have a city that is for our kids, that is for is becoming safer and better. And I think when it was created, the task was really great, big, and they have accomplished so much. But now there is another part that is this. There is an implementation that needs to happen. And I thank the members of the task force who are willing to continue to follow that implementation, to make sure that we have the mental health program ready to and to be working. And I just wanted to say, like, yeah, people are not attacking. Everybody's like, we want and we agree with the program. But now they are attacking that this implementation take place. And I just wanted to say, in terms of like, we create 500 youth opportunities for employment. Up September 13th, 394 applications had been brought to the youth works. 260 of those youth had been placed in work. So they are receiving money, they are bringing money to the community. Over 40 small businesses has applied to that work, to place some of the youth work there. So what we are doing here is not just implementing this program, it's a just recovery. What we are doing here with this, with the 500 youth employment opportunities, we are supporting over 40 small businesses to have youth who can work for them. And we, the city, are paying that so that we are making sure also that these small businesses keep open. And that 500 youth can apply, can work, can get more experience. And some of them are the ones who are bringing the money to their families because their families had lost their jobs. So we more than like, what is frustrating to me in this conversation is the lack of imagination that some of these city leaders have. And the attacks to the task force members for political reasons because they don't want an agenda to change things that we are doing. And that fear that had been created by the mayor, by the Richmond Police Association and many others who had been supporting a city that had been in corruption for many years, is what it doesn't give the advance of new policies and new creative ways to make sure that we create a safety community for everybody. Imagine if we have the mental health response, how our city is going to be. We are putting more people in the streets by allowing ONS to have 6 or 8 more people, peacemakers, trying to work with youth who are part of the gun violence. A national program that had been recognized by the president right now. But here we are attacking that. We should be celebrating that our community is so engaged that they are willing to put hours and hours to make sure that we have a safety Richmond for everybody. And instead of attacking that, we should say, let's continue and let's support. So everybody has a Richmond that feels safe for everybody. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Willis.
Unifying statements. Let's unify. That's all I'm gonna say. And I did see that Councilmember Bates raised his hand after me, but I only raised my hand just to put the motion out on the table to make a motion to move this item and extend the task force.
Yeah, I would like to make the motion, or at least amend it, Councilmember Willis, to make sure we get the right wording as it was stated, if that's okay with you. I mean, I will second your motion.
Second it with an amendment.
I will second it with an amendment.
Member Bates can take his
Got
statement.
it, got it. Yeah.
Okay, well, Councilmember Bates wants to speak, but we'll go ahead and put a motion on the floor. So, Councilmember.
I'll second Councilmember Willis's motion to approve the item, but I want to make sure we get the right language as it was agendized. So and see if you feel comfortable with this, Councilmember Willis. The motion is to extend the time period for convening of the Richmond Reimagining Public Safety Task Force as currently constituted until the end of fiscal year 2024 to allow for more implementation work and review of initiatives as they are implemented.
Yes.
Does the maker of the motion accept that?
Okay, and I second it.
Language.
I don't know if you heard me, Mr. Mayor, but yes, I accept that as maker of the motion.
Okay, Councilmember Bates, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to get a response from staff. An accusation was made by Mr. Gosney indicating that meetings were being held privately without input from the community and then brought forward to the task force committee. And I'd just like to get a response from staff as to the accuracy of that statement.
Okay, anybody want to respond to that? Doesn't look like anybody wants to respond, council member.
Well, that's part of our problem.
Well, yeah,
But
all right.
Let me
I feel like the city manager is going to talk.
Well, you're not on the committee, council member, and you're not staff.
No,
so
I am just saying that the city manager wants to respond to you.
I think I have the floor, council member. You mind?
Go ahead, Councilmember Bates.
Let me just indicate a couple of things as an observation. Having been on the council several years. This has to be one of the most controversial issues that I've been associated with. It is splitting this community in half. And is pitting neighbor against neighbor, department against department, which is very unhealthy. While there are certain aspects of the task force that I think several of us could agree with, But you don't do it at the expense of destroying or attempting to destroy another department as important to the community as the police department. If you did a survey, and we've done surveys before, the community at large will tell you the number one priority of government and what they expect from government is public safety. It's not libraries, it's not parks and recreations. It's public safety. People want to be able to walk the street. They want to be safe in their homes. They want to be safe driving where people don't run them down and speeding and so forth. That is the number one priority. And when you start dismantling your police department, you are in for deep, serious problems. Now, let me give you a suggestion to the RPA. We have 7 council members. It's important that you try to work with the entire council. Just because you got an idea, you just don't have to, you got your 4 votes and just roll it over. One of the things that we could have done in trying to provide this revenue for the public imaging programs is to be more sensitive to your business community. Get out there and try to enhance the revenue from the business community. A good example, Port Malarkey, a project that we received from the government with a commitment, economic development, job creation, and a business venture there. That would have given us money, money, money. You got the Zeneca site, housing, taxes, a grocery store, business, money, revenue to the city. How can you possibly expect to expand programs if you do not have the revenue? Instead of being pro-business and going out and generating the revenue to pay for the police department, to pay for your imaging group, which would be nice. But no, you're combative. You don't want to generate revenue. You're disrespectful to the business community. You're disrespectful to the corporate government. You're disrespectful to Chevron, who pays almost 25 or 30%. You kick the people in the butt who are providing the revenue. And then you turn around, the way you generate your program is to start taking money from departments like the police department. So I'll say this, I am not supporting continuation of the imaging committee. I would hope that the mayor would use his discretion and disband the whole thing. And that's just my position. So it's probably gonna fall on deaf ears, but it won't be the first time. And it probably won't be the last time. So I thank you, Mr. Mayor and the council members, and I'm ready to vote no.
Okay, when we first started this subject about an hour and a half ago, somebody asked the city attorney to opine on who has the authority to appoint members to this task force. The city attorney is ready to provide that opinion. Do you guys want to hear it, or can we just move on and deal with it later?
I want to hear it, but also there's a clause in the charter that mandates, not doesn't mandate, but gives the authority of the mayor to remove people from the commission or any board or commission. That the city attorney ought to look at it also. So I'll wait for the city attorney's decision.
Subject to concurrence from the city council. So city attorney, why don't you give us your opinion real quick so we can move on?
Sure. The task force is a type of entity that the mayor under the charter has the exclusive authority to appoint individuals subject to approval by the city council. So I understand that this particular task force, the mayor agreed to allow each council member at the time to appoint a number of to pick a number of individuals, and then he brought those forward for appointment. He could certainly do that again, but he is not required.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. City Clerk, let's call the roll and get this over with.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Willis, a second by Councilmember McLaughlin to approve the item as it is stated here on the agenda. Councilmember Bates?
No.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
And Mayor Butt?
No.
The motion passes with Councilmember Bates and Mayor Butt voting no.
Okay, the next item, I believe, is item K1. Would you read that, please?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Sorry.
Willis.
I was gonna ask before you call K1 if you would be amendable to moving up L1 to hear that first, because it's just voting on a resolution and scheduling a public hearing. Up to you, though.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. So let's go to L1, Madam Clerk.
Item L1 under resolutions is to adopt a resolution of intention to rename South Street to Ethel Dotson South and schedule public hearing for September 21, 2001.
Okay, let's see. This is from Councilmember Willis. You want to say anything about it before we move it on?
Yeah, and I know Miss Naomi Williams here from the Pullman Point Neighborhood Council can speak to this more during our comment period, but essentially I got a message in my office that there was a want to take up a name change at the Recreation and Parks Commission, and they needed a city council sponsor to change the name of the street to Ethel Dotson. After learning a little bit more about her and doing some research, I know she was a great community activist for environmental and racial and economic and social justice, and she really means something to the community. And at the time she was active, I was still in high school, but I know it's somebody that I would have been proud to work with, and I wanted to sponsor this item to support that community who worked hard on the name change. So I'm happy to sponsor it. Hope the resolution passes so we can make it official at the public hearing on the 21st. And I welcome the public comment that comes to this. And that's all.
Okay, any questions from council members? Councilmember McLaughlin and Bates.
Yes, I just want to thank Councilmember Willis for bringing this forward, and I want to thank Ms. Naomi Williams for initiating it in the community. I know they've done some great work. I think they put signs up along, I think it was 37th. I've seen signs that say something exciting is coming. So they've been building momentum for this great change of the street name. I knew Ethel personally. I had the honor of working with her to oppose or to get a comprehensive cleanup on the toxic Zeneca site. She was a strong advocate for that. It should also be noted that she's Whitney Dotson's sister. Whitney Dotson also sadly passed on. We named what used to be Bruner Marsh, Dotson Family Marsh. A great family. Ethel was a wonderful woman. I was in her Pullman hotel. She gave me a tour of it. She often came to council meetings speaking out about the toxicity at the Zeneca site. And I think those of us who have been on the council for some time know about how strongly she advocated for environmental justice and also for the historic nature of that hotel that she owned. So I am so pleased that this street name is going to change, and I fully support it. Thank you.
Councilmember Bates.
Yes, I wanted to echo some of the comments. I've known the Dotson family since I've been in California, practically, at least on the council. Her father was a pastor, outstanding gentleman, and that entire family, Whitney as well as Ethel, has been committed to serving their community to the best of their ability. I applaud the efforts of renaming it the Ethel Dotson Street, and support it wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Okay, remember that we're not doing it tonight. We're setting it for a public hearing for next week. So,
okay.
Any other questions or comments from council members? Do we have members of the public speakers?
We do not have any speakers.
Okay, do we have a motion?
I'll move the item to adopt the resolution and set up the public hearing for September 21st for the name change to Ethel Dotson.
Second.
Motion by Willis, second by Martinez. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Of course.
Councilmember Martinez,
Absolutely.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
It'd be kind of awkward for me to say no now. So yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, now we'll go to K1. Would you read that, please?
Item K1 under study and action session is to receive a presentation focused on the Richmond Bike Share Program and a discussion regarding transportation priority project implementation strategies.
So this is this item was put on by by staff. So we have a staff report, I guess.
Good evening, Mayor Butt and members of the council. I'm Danae Evans with the Transportation Department, Transportation Services Project Manager, and I'm going to try to keep this brief in the interest of time. And for the colleagues that are also joining me on the phone this evening from Bolt Mobility, Ashley Ayers and Rory Warjic. And also on the call tonight is a couple of our colleagues from the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, Laura Kroll and Toshi Shepherd Ota. So if there are any questions, they're on the line to answer. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, so basically, the council had already approved a contract with Gotcha in 2019 after we received major funding from the MTC Capital Bike Share Program to implement bike share in the city of Richmond. And basically, bike share is one of the 10 priority projects that were identified in our first mile, last mile strategic plan that the council approved in 2019 as well. And so we're going to go ahead and highlight the bike share program this evening. But in the staff report, there's a general overview of all the other projects that the Transportation Department has been working on. And just I want to mention that you'll receive some presentations in the near future for the EV shuttle that council has approved in the next 3 or 4 months, as well as citywide car share. So thank you, council, for your support. So getting into the presentation, as you'll see, the bike share program is a partnership between Gotcha, which is now powered by Bolt Mobility, as well as MTC Transportation Commission, and we also have some additional incentive program funding from 511 Contra Costa. Hussein Bolt is a co-founder and global brand ambassador of this company, and there's been some word that he will be in the future scheduling a visit to Richmond, so I'll keep you informed of that. It's very exciting. Richmond Bike Share. So a very, very brief overview. At the end of 2020, Gotcha Bolt Mobility acquired Gotcha Bike Share. And I mention this because it was a direct result of the COVID pandemic.
and they had to realign their services. But thankfully, they were very committed to the city of Richmond in establishing bike share in California. And we're happy tonight to tell you how that's going. Again, I mentioned we received grant funding from MTC. Want to thank them for their support during the extended timeline of getting this program off the ground. Gotcha was actually selected through a competitive process. Bolt Mobility, let me change that, was selected through a competitive process. And I will tell you firsthand, having said on the panel, we selected Bolt because of their willingness to work with the city of Richmond to establish and create jobs, to work locally and have their operations team here in the city of Richmond. And also they were really willing to work with us on flexible pricing that's equitable for all. So June 15th, the bike share program launched. And again, the goals are to expand the bicycle access to the community and integrate it with the local transportation system by facilitating bicycle transportation and also reducing greenhouse gas emissions because we're trying to encourage other modes of travel. So now I will hand this over to my colleague, Ashley. Or is it Rory? Rory, sorry, Rory Rojic.
Thank you, Danae. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I just wanted to talk briefly about the planning and outreach process that we worked with to engage the community. What we did is worked with Alta Planning and Design to engage the community through in-person neighborhood meetings prior to the COVID outbreak. And what we were able to do is be able to connect with members of the public face-to-face, talk about the process of what bike share is, as well as receive input on where those places of interest for placing bike stations would be within the community. Unfortunately, we had to shut down more in-person engagement meetings, and we were able to shift towards an online survey. Fortunately, we were able to engage with close to 700 individuals to participate in that process. We were able to garner feedback that we were able to overlay with our demand analysis for the city. And Danae, if you don't mind scooching to the next slide, thank you. So what we were able to do is overlay the geolocation surveys that we received in the in-person neighborhood meetings, as well as the online survey that we sent out through a variety of means. We built a heat map of that public outreach and overlaid it again with that demand analysis to be able to provide a system map, build a zones of interest map that kind of showed where those hotspots would be, where we would want to ensure priority hubs in those different locations. Some of the main ones were the BART station, Point Richmond, and the ferry, for example. From there, what we did is engage with the city for all right-of-way and city-owned property for encroachment permits, and worked with the Department of Transportation to ensure that all members of the city had provided input and engaged during that process. And also they helped with soliciting private property locations and getting those approvals as well. And we'll move forward to the current markets that Bolt operates in. Richmond is actually our first launch in California, but we are also launching in Sonoma County and Marin County shortly. So just right across the bridge, we're working again with MTC to bring about 300 bikes, e-bikes, same style, to connect with transit along the smart corridor there. Thank you. So just briefly about the system overview. I did mention Point Richmond, the BART station, and the ferry. Those were some of the hotspots that we did receive feedback from, and in our demand analysis, we wanted to ensure we had bike stations. Currently, we have 125 e-bikes on the ground. We've phased in as we are continuing to expand, scaling up to a fleet of a full 250 e-bikes with 25 mobility hubs across the city. And we're continuing to phase that in and gauge ridership and data as we are continuing to install hubs throughout. What we're seeing is the Marina Park, Keller Beach, the ferry, and Point Richmond being our hotspots in terms of high ridership. But what we're going to continue to see is that shifting throughout as we continue to expand the system and install more hubs.
All right, I will take it from here. Thank you, Rory. So here you will see our pricing plans. We have several options for the system. And as Janae mentioned, one of the provisions in our agreement with the city was to make sure that pricing was affordable and accessible to everyone. Outside of the pay-as-you-go plan, you'll see a monthly and annual payment plan, as well as our equity plan, which we refer to as Bolt Forward. And that is geared towards those who may need additional assistance. And we also have some promo from the 511 Contra Costa sponsorship. So users can receive up to 5 free unlocks from that program. For payment options, riders can register via the app. They can call our customer support team and arrange their account over the phone, or they can use their Clipper cards to unlock the bikes. I will note that the registration and payment are still required through the app or the customer support team at this time, but the long-term goal is to be able to do everything through the Clipper card. And then how to rent a bike. These are all of the steps. Basically, you start with your phone, download the app, you scan the QR code on the bike to then unlock it. You start pedaling. I will note that it is a pedal assist bike. There is no throttle. And then we definitely want to encourage riders to park at a designated hub and to manually lock that bike to the rack and not just lock it to itself. And then you end the ride in the app, and that's that. And there are how-to videos for more information explaining the lock cable and how to use the bike in both English and Spanish. And this is just an overview of the specs of the bike. There's a lot going on the screen, so I'll be brief. The most important things to note are probably the cable lock, the battery that's on the down tube, and then the IoT device that has all the information on the screen at the handlebars. And bikes can be geofenced to go particular speeds, depending on the local requirements, as noted at the bottom there.
So that concludes our presentation, and we're available to answer any questions. This is the link to get additional information. You could also go to the transportation webpage and see bike share information.
Thank you. That was a great presentation. Other questions from council members? Councilmember Martinez.
Yeah, one of the things that was attractive to me was how data was being used. You know, like the some of the bike companies collect data of who uses bikes, where they go from, traffic patterns, and then they sell that information to other companies. And it's my understanding that this company does not, that this company made an agreement to only use the information for themselves and for the city of Richmond. Is that correct?
Councilman Martinez, that is absolutely correct. And per the terms of the funding agreement, we do have to report the use of the bikes, but it's anonymized. There's no personal information provided.
Okay, thank you.
Any other, say, Councilmember Bates?
Yes, I wanted to inquire as to the distance that these bikes are allowed to travel. Is it throughout just Richmond, or does it include the Bay Area, Oakland, Berkeley?
Well, basically it starts here, but I've heard from friends and colleagues that people are actually taking the bikes on the ferry and on BART to other cities. It's a pedal assist battery operated bike. So if the battery does happen to die, the bike still can be ridden. And so ultimately the hub is the city of Richmond.
What's the, I guess we haven't gotten the program started completely yet. Is that correct? Or what's the status?
The program has been launched as of June 15th of this year. We have 125 bikes in the city. Some of the areas, just off the top of my head, I could tell you there are 2 bike hubs in Point Richmond, Keller Beach, and the Community Center, Civic Center, both entrances to BART, the ferry, Nickel Park, and some other parks in the city.
Okay. Last question. What's the theft rate ratio, and how do you do with it if it occurs?
So maybe, I'll just say this. Since it's a new program that we just launched, there are definitely some incidents, and we're monitoring that and collecting data. But there is a local operations team that Bolt Mobility has in the city, and they have the technology, GPS, to locate bikes, and also they rotate bikes and fix them. So we at a future time can provide that information to you, but right now it's in the early stages of the program. So we're still collecting data, and we're working with the police department to report things as we can through incident reports.
So you're saying that you have no thefts?
No, I'm not saying we don't have any. There's been, to my knowledge, there's been about a handful of attempted thefts, but the bikes were recovered because of GPS.
All right. So that's good, at least.
Any other questions from council members? Are there public speakers, Madam Clerk?
No, there are no public speakers.
There are no public speakers. Okay. Well, again, this was a great presentation. It's a great program. We all need to get out there and try one of these bikes out. So this is not an action item. So we'll move on to the next item. I'm trying to
thank you.
Get us out of here tonight. So the next item is item M1. Would you read that, Madam Clerk?
Yes, item M1 under council as a whole is to direct staff to investigate registering the city of Richmond for the United States Department of Energy's Solar Automated Permit Processing Plus tool.
Okay, I put this on the agenda as a result of an event I attended a couple of weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, over in Berkeley. Department of Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm and some other people met at a solar home in Berkeley and promoted an app that was developed through the Department of Energy to speed up solar permits. And she asked every city to consider adopting this. It turned out that we could not be first because the city of Pleasant Hill beat us to it, and they were actually first. And they think it's a great program. But I've asked our staff to look into Richmond adopting it. And so all this does is authorize staff to investigate it and report back to the city council. Questions, Councilmember McLaughlin?
I support this. I just want to say I was outreached to about this as well, and I put it in the hands of planning department, and Lena said she was going to take a look at it, but she also said that we have a very fast turnaround process already, but I think you're right to have this on the agenda. Let's give it a good thorough review to see if it will further speed up our permitting process and make it easier. We certainly want to do that. So I support that.
Okay, any other questions from council members? I will move the item. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by McLaughlin. Let's call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates? Councilmember
Yes.
Bates?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson?
Sure.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes,
Councilmember Willis?
I think Councilmember Willis had to leave due to a personal matter.
Okay, he's absent. And Mayor Butt?
Yes. That
The
brings,
motion passes with Councilmember Willis absent.
okay, that brings us to item M3. Would you read that, please?
Item M2?
3.
Item M2. Okay, we're skipping M2.
Do him too.
Are we skipping M2 or we should be on item M2?
Item M3.
Mr. Mayor, are you skipping M2, which is also your item?
I'm sorry. Thank you. Yeah, I was trying to get done here, you know. All right, let's go to M2. Let's go to M2.
Item M2 is to direct the city manager to initiate appropriate steps to prepare a design sufficient to obtain quiet zone status from the Federal Railroad Administration for the grade crossing at Wright Avenue in Harbor Way South. Prepare a cost estimate and identify funding.
Okay, just a little bit of history. Those of you who've been around a while may know that back about 10 years ago, the city of Richmond became a pioneer in establishing quiet zones. Once the Federal Railroad Administration adopted the process, we actually led the state of California in the establishment of quiet zones. And we pretty much took care of all the low-hanging fruit and eliminated those 98 decibel railroad horns at numerous railroad crossings throughout Richmond, from Parchester Village to Point Richmond to Atchison Village to the Marina Bay area. And the crossing at Wright Avenue and Harbor Way South was never done because it was very complicated. It had a diagonal. The track goes across diagonally, and it would have been a fair amount of money involved to do that. And we thought, well, maybe at some point, you know, we'll get some money from a development or something and be able to do it, but we never did. Now it so happened that there's a program called Section 130 where federal funds are passed down to states to improve railroad crossings. And the California Public Utility Commission keeps a list of what they consider to be high-risk crossings and ultimately awards money for these improvements. And without anybody on the city council knowing about it, certainly me, they gave the city council a grant. They gave the city of Richmond a grant for over $3 million to improve this crossing, but it did not get designed in a way that qualifies it for a quiet zone, and it very easily could be. And so this item is to direct the Public Works Department to prepare a preliminary design and a cost estimate for improvements that would actually qualify it for a quiet zone. And, my ultimate plan is to try to redirect these millions of dollars that's coming through the Section 130 program to direct it to a safety project of this crossing that will not only make it safer, but also qualify for a quiet zone. But we have to take the initiative to get a cost estimate together, and hopefully it might not cost any more than the project that's there, but we don't know until we get an estimate done. That's kind of the short story for it. So I see questions. Vice Mayor Johnson, you have a question?
Yeah, my question isn't so much for you. I was just wondering, because we're getting a little bit into giving direct direction to staff. If the public works director or director of public works, was available to kind of weigh in on this matter, so we can get a better understanding of why things weren't properly designed to begin with, and to get his take on the overall situation.
Well, is he here? I don't see him. One thing that happened, our public works director is new, and this project actually started back in 2017. So it goes back a ways. These things go slow, but
right. But he's still the public works director. So
well,
I'm still wondering, is he available? City manager, is your public works director available?
I'm checking. He was earlier tonight, I know. I don't know if it does not appear he has quite as much stamina as the rest of us. So we will contact you. Can we just contact you directly tomorrow?
Yep, and you got to let Joe know.
And I do know that this was actually a little more complicated in terms of, it did have to also do with some development that was happening at one of the charter schools, I believe. And so it was quite complicated in terms of conditional use permits and whether the city was taking the lead on some things or not, and how the funding came to be. And so we did have to, as the mayor has said, bifurcate the project in order to be able to maintain and move forward with the current funding, since the city is responsible for implementing the one particular project that's already in place, and we didn't want to jeopardize that funding. So we appreciate the mayor's flexibility in adjusting this agenda item to bifurcate this into two separate projects.
Okay, and Laura, let Joe and the rest of the new hires know if they can't hang until midnight or 1 a.m, it's gonna be hard to work in Richmond.
I will pass that along.
So, Councilor McLaughlin, you have a question?
Yeah, just a comment. I support this item, and thank you, Mayor Butt, for reaching out to me about it. A certain portion of it is in my district. I think it's kind of in other districts as well. I think part of it is in District 2 and part in District 3, but Marina Bay, of course, is in District 5, my district, and this is at least partially in that, and will affect people in Marina Bay who want things to be more quiet. And we have a lot of concerns throughout the city because of noise. And so I think this is a good item to explore, and it's simply to direct staff to, I guess it's to initiate the appropriate steps, but it will come back again. Isn't that correct, Mayor Butt?
That's right. This is to give staff the authorization to essentially prepare a cost estimate. But to do that, they've got to do a preliminary plan. Then they do a cost estimate, and then it'll come back to us, for where we want to go with that, and whether we want to try to find a way of getting it funded and getting it implemented. City manager, go ahead.
I believe we do have another staff member who may be able to speak to this. Patrick, are you available to speak?
Yeah, I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you, would you like to share a little bit more information and address Councilmember Johnson's question?
It's very similar to what the mayor has already explained. The Section 130 project is a rail crossing improvement project. It is not a quiet zone project. And that's why there is kind of this confusion or conflict City staff back in 2017 did a diagnostic assessment. There were consultant engineers, engineering staff, and staff from the CPUC. And I think the main reason that they recommended installing a traffic signal and not crossing arms was because of cost. There's also a very low number of trains that actually come through this intersection. There's between one a day and one a week. I think that's the main reason why they chose to install a traffic signal and not
and to further clarify, it's the crossing arms that trigger the quiet zone portion of this.
Yeah, I don't know that for certain, but I have heard that a traffic signal is not sufficient to create a quiet zone.
Yeah, you have to have the arms. Okay.
Good information. Thank you.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yeah, I was just curious about time span. You know, how much time will it take to do the study and to bring it back?
Well, I don't know. Maybe Mr. Phelan could answer that. You know, he's probably going to get stuck with it, but.
Yeah, I can't really provide a detail about that. I'm not sure what our funding source is going to be. Perhaps we have an on-call traffic consultant that we can work with to come up with a cost estimate.
I mean, my guess is, you know, anywhere from 1 to 3 months, but.
For that initial portion of it, right? And then I think it can take much longer depending on the funding that is identified, and then to do final design once if we feel secure that funding is going to be there. So I wouldn't anticipate that it's certainly not guaranteed at all, and I wouldn't expect that we would see anything in the very near future. But that initial work to be able to do the initial estimate, as the mayor said, should take just a couple months.
Yeah. And I would also like to just state that, you know, to make it clear that we have gone into this contract with the CPUC and Caltrans to move forward on the Section 130 project. And that project scope is to install a traffic signal, not to install crossing arms.
Yeah, and I would say that I've laid a lot of groundwork for getting this done. I've got support from MTC commissioners. I've worked with Tim Hale, the executive director of CCTA. I've been in contact with a member of the California Transportation Commission. I've talked to Senator Skinner and Assemblymember Wicks, and you know, and some other people from Caltrans and CPUC and that kind of thing. So this is not being done in a vacuum, but in order to move it forward, this information that we're authorizing is absolutely critical. Without that, we can't move it. Councilmember Johnson.
I just wanted to make a motion to suspend the rules and extend the meeting to the end of the agenda so we can finish this on out.
Okay, is there a second? Councilmember Martinez seconds it. Are there any objections? Okay, hearing none, the meeting is extended to 11:30. Are there any more questions about this? Are there any public speakers?
There are no public speakers.
Okay, well, it's my item. I'll move it. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I'll second. Oh.
Okay, second by McLaughlin. So call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis is absent, and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Willis absent.
Okay, now we're ready for M3.
Mayor, may I just ask a quick question to you and the clerk? I believe the motion was until the end of the agenda, not just until 11:30.
That is
so
correct.
I wanted to clarify.
Well, we'll be done by 11:30.
Okay, great.
Yeah, we've only got 2 items and they're both quick, so. I hope.
Don't jinx us, Tom. Don't jinx us.
Okay, let's go ahead with M3.
M3 is to direct staff to begin closed sessions when necessary as early as 2 p.m. on regular city council meeting days or select a different alternative.
Okay, well, this is city manager's item. You want to introduce it?
Sure, thank you. So we do believe that there are going to be a need for additional closed session hours over the foreseeable future. And it has proven difficult to find that additional time to get the council's business done. And we are hoping that the city council tonight can come to some collective consensus as to what is going to work best for you all to be able to hold those additional hours. We provided a variety of options for consideration in the staff report. And the recommendation that we have is that we would stick with council meeting days as necessary to start earlier, potentially as early as 2 p.m. That does provide challenges for certain folks, I'm sure, both now and in the future. And again, there are other alternatives there that we would be happy to provide additional feedback or answer questions on if council wishes to do something differently.
Okay, questions for council members. Vice Mayor Johnson.
Yeah, please correct me if I'm wrong or jumbling up two different instances, but in my mind, I recall us having this conversation a while ago. And I recall it because I remember making a statement that, if we can get a consensus, like if we can get a quorum, then, me having to work my regular work schedule shouldn't interfere with that. So I'm kind of curious as to how we ended up here again when we've already provided direction on the topic.
So the direction, as I understood it at the time, was around sort of up and through budget season. And so if council would, so that was where I thought we had sort of a break in consensus and wanted to make sure that we were operating as works best just for you all. Okay.
Well, for me, I want to be there as much as possible, but have bills to pay. And so, if I can make it, I'll be more than happy to let you know I will be, but there's a huge percent chance that I won't be able to. And I am going to be honest, it does bother me that serious closed session items will be heard while I'm at work. And it's kind of unfair that council members who are retired or independently wealthy will have more of an opportunity than I will to serve the community. Because once again, I don't want to be the one to throw the whole thing off course, but at the same time, I was elected to do a job and I can't do that job if we're constantly holding meetings outside of the agreed upon time when I was hired for this job.
Okay, Councilor McLaughlin.
Yeah, I agree with what Vice Mayor Johnson is saying. We really need to respect people's schedules and such. I think the better way to approach a need for a special meeting is if staff feels that we need an additional closed session, bring it to a meeting prior to, bring it to the next city council meeting and say, we're up against the wall. We need to have a special closed session meeting. And then we decide, on a date for that. And if then another need comes up, bring it to the next city council meeting. Do it on a case-by-case basis. And this way we can determine if everybody could make it. But I think we shouldn't just, set up a schedule for when people have full-time jobs. As someone who is in no way independently wealthy, who lives at a very low income, but has a little bit more time. But I too have schedules in my life for city council work, and I schedule things as from week to week, a month out and such. But if there is a need for a special meeting, I could rearrange that schedule. But I don't want to set it up for a bunch of meetings ahead of time. I'd rather do it on a case-by-case basis.
Councilor Jimenez.
Yeah, I think I agree with Vice Mayor Johnson and Councilmember McLaughlin. I also think yeah, these meetings at 2, unfortunately, I am, like Vice Mayor Johnson said, I am not in the privileged range that has wealth or retirement that can just no work. I work, and sometimes it's like I juggle. Fortunately, I can manage my time, but I juggle. And so, but also in terms of, it's not also about us, but in terms of the participation of the community. And if we want participation of the community, having meetings where not even us or the community can participate and make public comments is not okay. So I think like this council has worked for many, many years, and I haven't seen this kind of need for more and more special meetings since now. So I think like I agree with Gail that Gail McLaughlin, that we, if there is a need, we should make our best effort to do it. We want to make sure that we finish city business, and we do it in a way that allow the participation of every member of the city council, but also allows the participation of the community as a whole. And just maybe it's not at 2, or maybe it's in another day. So I think like I don't agree with like setting up kind of like every time at 2 p.m. Tuesday, but trying to do it case by case, and people, we will do it like that.
City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think if with the council's pleasure is to do this on a case-by-case basis, then I think it's fair to say that we probably need a couple of dates at this point right now. We already know that we are impacted. I totally appreciate the in the middle of the workday problem. It was, that option was presented as one option, and it wasn't a 2 p.m. every time, it was a 2 p.m. as needed. But if that is not an option that is going to work, I think there are some other options. But I do think at this point, between litigation items, labor negotiation items, and other items that need to come forward, that we will not be able to meet the demand by starting at 5 o'clock on the days of your regular meeting. So if starting earlier than that doesn't work, then we would ask to potentially schedule a couple of special meetings at some point that we could just hold to for closed sessions.
So a couple of suggestions I have. One is, we don't have a meeting on the second Tuesday, but we can always call one. So if you find yourself with more material than you can get through in the regular meetings we have, you can always use that second Tuesday. I'm not necessarily excited about that, but if you got to do it, you got to do it. And I would say that would be a good escape valve, because that's one thing. The second item is that I think we can make these meetings more efficient. We can get more out of the meeting in less time. I think that our staff reports don't need to be as loquacious as they are. I think they can be crisper, and we can get through the staff reports quicker and get to business. And the third thing is that some of the items that come up, like we spent an hour and a half, maybe almost 2 hours tonight talking about extending the Reimagined Public Safety Task Force. Look, everybody knew how that was going to end. It could have gone on a consent calendar. We could have just voted for it. But this city council has a habit, of assembling at least the city council majority, has a habit of assembling dozens of community people to come in and support whatever they're doing. And you know, I know why you do it, and that's fine. But the bottom line is sometimes you got to make a choice. You know, do you want to get business done and move ahead, you know, or do you want to spend 2 hours essentially putting on a public show? So, you know, that's really your choice. But I tell you, that could have gone on a consent calendar tonight. We could have voted on it and we'd be done, because we all knew how it was going to turn out. So those are my suggestions. City attorney.
I just wanted to point out that the particular need that the city manager and I are speaking to is really about closed sessions. At this moment, we're not talking about open session items.
Well, you could, if you want to use that second Tuesday, you could start a closed session at 5 and run it till midnight, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. That was one of the options.
Session.
That was one of the options in that list of over half a dozen different options. And so that's where we're trying to seek some consensus and direction from council as to what's your preference. Because we also previously heard that people were not interested in adding additional meetings. And so that was some of the consideration based on past feedback that we had about wanting to have things kind of all on certain meeting days, and trying to not do them on an ad hoc basis, because for exactly the reasons you all are talking about, people's calendars get really up. And we've had some difficulty trying to schedule them on an ad hoc basis. But from what I'm hearing right now is that you would like to have us try and do it on an ad hoc basis, and to try and maybe focus them on those second Tuesdays. So we would end up meeting potentially every Tuesday. I don't know if the city clerk has anything she would like to add.
Well,
I would just like to, the second Tuesday sounds fine, just for closed session, but I would like to know how the council would like to be notified when when we have a special meeting, because we had a little difficulty, arranging.
A special meeting has to be called by the mayor or by 3 members of the city council. So I think if you guys want to have a special meeting, let me know and I can call it. But again, I think before you go to special meetings, we need to find a way to shorten the meetings that we have. And I gotta believe we can do it. If we all want to do it, it's gotta be a collaboration, and everybody has to want to do it. I mean, on some of these controversial things, staff could spend some time briefing individual city council members before the meeting to get their questions answered, and avoid people coming to the meeting with no knowledge of what's going on. So I think there's ways to shorten meetings so we can get all this stuff in the time we have allowed. Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes, I think, when a need for a special meeting comes up, and it sounds like there may indeed be needs coming up, I think the second Tuesday is a good option. But I do not support having us hold every second Tuesday for a special meeting. Instead, if you tell the mayor that you feel a need for a special meeting, he can call it singularly. And yes, I know it would require a poll of the council, but you could just, if you could give us a week ahead of time or a couple weeks ahead of time and say, the mayor wants to call, the mayor at the request of the city attorney and city manager feel we need a closed session in 2 weeks. Can you save this second Tuesday for that meeting? Please respond ASAP. I think that would work. I just don't like the idea of saving every single Tuesday when that's really not a special meeting. That's then becoming meetings. And I know it's just for closed session. And I appreciate that it's just for closed session. It makes it a little easier than thinking, because one of the reasons that we have that week without meetings is so that we can get other things done. So that's what I would suggest. But I think that's the best option in terms of when to call such a meeting.
So city manager, you set this up as an action item, but I don't know we need to vote on it. I think you've gotten the guidance you're looking for. Is that right?
Yeah, I would really appreciate one additional piece of guidance. And if there is a preference or general consensus about when to start those, if we needed to. And again, we would still be working through the mayor and polling, but just generally speaking, would it be something, I would think it would either be 5 o'clock or 6:30.
5 o'clock.
I agree, 5 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you got what you need from that. We have one more item and we've got 11 minutes to get out. M5, are there any public speakers on this item?
No. No
Great.
public speakers.
Okay, would you read M5, please?
M5 is to consider adding a standing item on the regular city council agendas to receive a report from staff on abatement needs and requests throughout the city of Richmond.
Councilmember Bates, this is your item. You got 1 minute. 1 minute to spin it.
Well, you guys, I'm not going to debate it. First of all, I've had a conversation with the city manager, and I can say that during the past 6 months, I've had more complaints with respect to the filthiness of this city, how dirty it is, trash all over. And I've spoken to the city manager, expressed my frustration. I've had it on the agenda to express my frustration as well. I don't know if this council have had the same degree of telephone calls as I have had, but I do know that when I speak to this, and I've spoken each week almost, other council members don't seem to see the urgency as I see it. So in response to the constituency that I represent, and all of you should represent, I've asked that this item be placed on the agenda weekly for an update of what the city is doing to clean this filthy city up. It's trash and so forth. So if you don't see the urgency as I do it, so be it. But that's my attitude.
To move this along, you don't need a vote of the city council. You can put this on the agenda yourself and just ask that it be agendized, and it will be. You already put the crime report on there, and you could do the same with this. So you could either do that and we could move on, or we could have a discussion and take it to a vote. I support it, by the way.
Well, I'm just curious, does other council members see the situation as I see it?
Oh, okay. I see 2 hands up, Councilor McLaughlin and then Jimenez.
Jimenez had her hand up first.
Look, I can't tell who had their hand up first. Just go ahead. Everybody's going to get a chance.
Right. Yeah, I am constantly getting concerns and complaints, and I'm always bringing them to the attention of staff. In fact, I'm having some in-person meetings about some abatement issues and noise issues and trash issues. And staff is, then sometimes I get a week later, well, it didn't get cleaned, or maybe it's new dumping. So I agree, Councilmember Bates, that having a report, this way we'll know what's being done, what still needs to be done, is a good idea.
Okay, Councilor Jimenez, you have 1 minute.
Thank you. I think it's a good idea, and I think like we care about that, Councilmember Bates. It's no, don't put words in our mouth that we haven't said. I think like one thing that I will add also is that maybe in that report that not only said what it has been done, but what is going to be done and what is the need for doing more, and the challenges and how the city is thinking about supporting or like and doing the work that it needs to be done. So yeah, I think it's a good idea to have a report with a goal of knowing more about what is the next steps in that
All right,
regards.
one last point, Mr. Mayor. I was told that there's no longer street sweeping in the city of Richmond. I was told that there's only 2 code enforcement officers in the city. This council need to know, I never voted to discontinue street sweeping in the city. So something is going on and something is occurring without the council awareness or authority. So maybe the staff can respond.
Okay.
What is the situation?
Okay, Councilmember Johnson, you have 1 minute.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Of course we care. That's why we ran for these seats. That's why we show up on Tuesdays. And that's also why we're here almost until midnight, because we care. I think you would be hard pressed to find any council member that doesn't care. Although we may show that in different ways, and although we may have different ideologies, we care. I just hope that we can all get to a point, all of us can get to a point where we can promote our own ideas and what we would like to do for the city of Richmond without trying to attack or tear each other down with shade or underhanded comments towards one another. We can pitch our ideas and we can make great things happen without coming for each other. That's the unnecessary part. Of course we care. We get the same, everyone gets the same emails. I don't know a resident that emails one council member. They email everybody. So if you've seen it, we've all seen it. We all want to know what's going on. And we appreciate you for putting this on, just like we appreciate you for putting on the report from the police officer. But what I don't appreciate are the underhanded comments about whether or not we care or not, because it's extremely unnecessary and it only creates further division that you were mentioning earlier.
Okay.
So yes, we care. Let's move it.
Councilmember Bates, do you want to take this to a vote, or you just want to put it on the agenda?
Well, I'd like to. Well, I know it's late.
If you want to vote, just make a motion. We'll do.
Well, I'll put it on the agenda. I'll ask the clerk to put it on the agenda, but I also want the city manager to give us a letter, a communication of the status, how many enforcement officers we have today as opposed to a few years ago. Have we stopped cleaning the streets? And where are those streets not being cleaned, and where are they being cleaned? That's the information that nobody on this council knows, unless you're a lot more intelligent than I am.
Okay, well,
but see, that's what I'm talking. Do you know?
If you
don't know, look, are you making a public assumption that really attacks the work ethic of every council member?
Well, do you know if the streets are being cleaned or not?
Yes, I do.
Are they?
No.
There are streets being cleaned.
Yes, they are.
Can we let the city manager who is raising her hand, because city council ask question, but they can't, they don't want the answer. So I really want the answer.
Well, look, we're not going to use this to do a report, and get answers to all these questions. We're not going to discuss street sweeping and all this stuff tonight. If you want to put this on the agenda, Councilmember Bates, just put it on and let the city manager know what items you want discussed, and she'll report out next time. So
it's good enough.
Okay.
I have a question for clarification.
What?
I have a question for clarification.
Go ahead.
Okay. Councilmember Bates, are you requesting that this item be placed like the police chief's item?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Clerk.
City manager, you have 1 minute.
Thanks. So yes, we are still doing street sweeping. It is more difficult because not everybody are moving their cars. We are not ticketing at the moment. We also have had some trouble with our machines. So there have not been as many sweepers out, but that is the process of being fixed. I would, given the light of the conversation earlier about trying to shorten meetings instead of extend them, and to address staff time, you all might want to consider that we have this report monthly, instead of every single week. We might want to do the same with the crime report on different meetings to try and manage the time for them. That one thing you might want to consider. And also to let you know, we are coming to you all. We're trying to put together a blight eradication program that we would come to you all to explain what city is doing and can do more of, what we might want some partnerships to do, and what we might want help with the community about. We also are trying to compile there was nothing here in place that compiled all of the data about what we're responsible for, and to show the staffing levels in comparison to what our needs are, and to do exactly what Councilmember Bates talked about in terms of how things have changed over time, and in terms of our staffing levels. So that information is also being prepared. It's been difficult to pull together, so it won't be until closer to the end of this calendar year, but that blight eradication program will come first, and then we will have some more information for you about where our gaps are and being able to provide the level of service that the community deserves.
Okay, so I tried to get out of here by 11:30. It's not going to work. Somebody told me that the motion to extend was actually to extend it till we got done. So is that right, Madam Clerk?
Well, actually, Tom, I accepted your friendly amendment to extend it to 11:30.
What was the motion, Madam Clerk? Was it to
The motion was to suspend the rules and finish the agenda
and what?
And complete the agenda.
Okay, all right. So here we are. We'll just take all the time we need. So who wants to talk next?
Oh.
Nobody wants to talk? Okay.
Well, we adjourn.
Do we wait?
Second.
Do we have any
Got a motion to
memorials?
adjourn. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
For this item?
You know what? We have one speaker for
Okay.
M5.
Let's call the speaker and we'll entertain a motion.
Naomi Williams, you have 2 minutes. You may go ahead.
Okay, there is no rhyme or reason why such a small staff and abatement unit to keep Richmond cleaner, we call only specs for the south side. It stays dirty. People always dumping on the south side. I can't speak about anything else. So my problem is we need more staff in abatement and the cops too, but we need more staff if you're talking about cleaning up Richmond. There's only 13 or 15 people to clean up the whole Richmond, and they be down on the south side every day, but the other part of the cities won't get clean either. So then they're on the other side, and then the south side don't get clean. People coming in and dumping their stuff. Not everybody's coming in and dumping it. Some of these neighbors around here dump stuff too, but we need more staff, period. I'm through.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think we finished that item. We had a motion to adjourn.
I just, Mr. Mayor, I just want to end the meeting in memory of the 2 homicide victims in the last week.
Okay.
For their families, our hearts go out.
Okay, and I'm going to end the meeting in memory of Jean Knox. Jean died on August 28th. The widow of John, the mother of Johnny Knox and the grandmother of Alex Knox.
The matriarch.
Okay.
Also,
like to, Mr. Mayor,
yes,
I'd like to let you know that the news indicate that the recall was unsuccessful. Governor continues to sit as the governor.
And also, I wanted to adjourn in the memory of David Brown's father, who recently passed as well. His name was Robert Morton Brown, also known as Bob. Born in 1924, passed away September 8th at Westlake Village. Mr. David Brown is a member of the CPRC.
Okay, any other memorials? Okay, with that, we are adjourned. Thank you. Enjoy your evening.
Bye, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.